The Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for May 20th, 2025 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the updated provisions enacted by the legislature this year. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings through June 2027. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the Zoom webinar event platform and is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is also posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen, and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. As with their in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The chair may limit the number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting, as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click Raise Hand button along the bottom of the screen in the Zoom webinar platform. Click it again and your hand should go down. When the host sees your hand, you will receive a request to unmute yourself. Select yes, and you should be able to talk. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *9 to raise and lower your hand. You must press *6 to unmute yourself after you receive the request from the host. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Sembridge reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Sembridge.
Morning, Madam Chair, President.
Good morning. Mr. Valencia.
Good morning, Madam Chair, present.
Good morning. Ms. Benabraza.
Good morning, Madam Chair, present.
Good morning. Ms. Turner.
Good morning, Madam Chair, President.
Good morning. Mr. Collins.
Morning, Madam Chair, present.
Good morning. Ms. Panado.
Good morning, Madam Chair, present.
Good morning. The floor is yours, Mr. Sembridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin this morning with the approval of the hearing minutes scheduled for 9:30. These minutes are from the following dates: April 8th, April 17th, April 29th, and May 6th. I'll make a motion for all of these minutes from those hearings to be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Sembridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we'll move on to the extensions scheduled for 9:30. There is a long list of them. I'll read through them, and then if there are any questions, Madam Chair can entertain those and move forward from there. First, we have case BOA 1215340 with the address of 96 Beachview Road. Next, we have case BOA 1464017 with the address of 76 Frankfurt Street. Then we have case BOA 1029221 with the address of 837 Saratoga Street. Next, we have case BOA 903-635 with the address of 235 Layton. Layton Street. Next, we have case BOA 903-636 with the address of 237 Layton Street. Next, we have case BOA 143-6463 with the address of 132 Central Avenue. Next, we have case BOA 143-3649 with the address of 554 to 562 Columbia Road. Next, we have case BVC 32279 with the address of 315 to 319 West Broadway. Then we have case BOA 135-1164 with the address of 170 Old Colony Avenue. Next, we have case BOA 983-485 with the address of 6 Lothian Street. Next, we have case BOA 122-4197 with the address of 73 Stanwood Street. Then we have case BOA 946-259 with the address of 30 Cumberland Street. Next, we have case BOA 144-3837 with the address of 10 Salem Street. Then we have case BOA 101-5905 with the address of 296 Columbus Avenue. And finally, we have case BOA 1142276 with the address of 79 Kirkland Street. And those are the extensions that are requested for today.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion to grant the request as requested?
Make a motion to grant the request as requested.
Is there a second? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Stenbridge, yes. Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we have 2 board final officer cases scheduled for 9:30. The first is case BOA 153-6310 with the address of 18 and 22 Gardner Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Is Mr. Smith with us, Evan Smith? Lisa, do you see him in attendees?
Evan Smith? No, if you're here, raise your hand. I don't see anybody raising their hand, and I don't see Evan Smith.
All right, let's move on to the next one then.
We'll go to the next board final operative case, which is case BOA 126-8636 with the address of 167 Maverick Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, they please explain to the board.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Eric Zackerson, architect for the project. This project was approved by the board in May of 2022 as an 11-unit residential project. At the time, the project had 2 private roof decks, There's been some issues with ISD requesting or requiring us to have a common stair access as a second means of egress for those two roof decks. So we added or extended the common stair to the roof, and then the two roof decks are still private. The common stair extended to the roof has been reviewed by the BPDA, or BPD for design review, has been reviewed by the Parks Department, and both of those have signed off on it. We took it back to ISD, and they asked us to bring it here because that stair is on the right side of the building and extends up and makes the side yard violation, which we were granted, makes that violation go up one more story for the kind of extent of the footprint of the head house for that second means of egress for these two private roof decks. So that is why we're here today.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
No questions.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to prefer a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll ask again if there is anyone to represent 8 and 22 Garden Street.
And Madam Chair, if no one speaks, an option is to defer it until a future hearing date.
Okay? Is there a motion?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
So it will be deferred to our next hearing, which is Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025.
Great, someone please notify the applicant.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the recommendations from the subcommittee, recent subcommittee scheduled for 9:30. There were 11 cases heard. All were approved. I'll read through them, and we can make motion after that. We'll begin with case BOA 1705409 with the address of 8 Concord Street, which was approved. Was approved with BPD Planning Department review. Next, we have case BOA 1693892 with the address of 280A Sharman Avenue, which was approved. Case BOA 1699112. Case BOA 1699132 with the address of 150 Huntington Avenue, which was approved. Then we have case BOA 1704531 with the address of 76 to 84 Boylston Street, which was approved. Next, we have case BOA 1695221 with the address of 43 Preble Street. This was approved with the proviso to submit the plans to Planning Department for review and for their records. Next, we have case BOA 1689389 with the address of 8 Greenlee Place, which was approved. Next, we have case BOA 1564124 with the address of 21 Waterloo Street, which was approved. Next, we have case BOA 1612451 with the address of 1251 to 1269 River Street. It was approved. Then we have case BOA 1669983 with the address of 109 Bateman Street. Next we have case BOA 1655919 with the address of 4014 Washington Street. And the final recommendation is case BOA 1682527 with the address of 56 Willow Street, which also was approved.
Any questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Motion to approve the subcommittee recommendations?
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Sorry, yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we have two groundwater conservation overlay district cases scheduled for 9:30. The first one is case BOA 1679628 with the address of 9 Johnny Court Ward, Johnny Court Street, I believe.
Just 9 Johnny Court.
There's 9 Johnny Court. Thank you, Madam Chair. If the applicant and or the representative are present, will they please explain?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. My name is Timothy Burke. I'm the architect for the project and representing the owner. It's a renovation of an existing brick row house on Johnny Court at the end of Johnny Court. And the drawings you see here show the building's in fairly bad condition at the moment. It's been abandoned for a while. So we're looking to do a full renovation of the building and bring it back to life.
Any questions for the board? Any questions? Hearing none, I'll open it up to public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G-card letters from the applicants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Karen Chen.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Karen Chen. I'm the Executive Director for the Chinese Progressive Association. It's located at 28 Ash Street, Boston, Mass. 02111. The Chinese Progressive Association would like to oppose this proposal, mainly because there have been concerns of displacement in Chinatown, and we know that this building has been left unattended for over 5 years, mainly negligence from an investor, and there are concerns and letters of opposition from neighboring buildings. And so Johnny Court 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, they're connected. They have shared walls, a sewer system, fire escape. So any sort of alteration will have significant impacts in the surrounding area. And, especially 7 Johnny Court. I believe that the owner 7 Johnny Court has submitted testimony for opposition as well. And also Oak Street is a parallel street, and that's also, underground water. So there's really great concerns from abutting owners. And, so the whole idea around kind of like the groundwater is to prevent deterioration of wood piles. So there are concerns for, not just Johnny Court, but Oak Street and then Harrison Ave. And I think that 2019, I think many owners had shared, similar concerns, and we just got heard of this hearing last minute and were able to notify some of the owners in the surrounding area has concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other hands, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry? Oh, no other hands. Can the applicant respond to those concerns?
Yes, yeah, the client, the person who's bought the building is much interested in restoring it, and he will do a great job. We have designed an infiltration system to recharge the soil there, because we have those same wooden piles. We also have the same desire to maintain that system in good working order, and we think this project will be a great improvement and remove an eyesore from the neighborhood.
Other questions from the board?
What are the violations on this if it's a renovation?
It's because we're in the groundwater conservation overlay district, and that we are lowering basement floor by about a foot. Right now, the headroom is very low in the basement, and so any work that like that triggers the groundwater conservation overlay district review.
Understood. Okay.
Other questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. Can you talk about the community process and how you have engaged the neighbors? I'm just concerned, given the previous testimony, that the neighbors don't know what the solutions to their concerns are.
The particular GCOD doesn't include a community outreach part to it, so we will have to do that on our own. I'll talk to the owner and try to ask him to meet with the neighbors so that he can explain what's happening on the project.
Mr. Simonelli?
Yes, Madam Chair and board members, just a point of clarification. So the purpose of the no harm letter is to address these concerns that are currently being raised about groundwater and the lowering of the basement and for additional living space. So the no harm letter that the applicant provided, and that all applicants have to provide within the GCOD, certifies that the below grade work will not have a negative impact on the groundwater table, that there won't be any sump pumps. If they're going to be elevators, that they're going to be waterproof. This no harm letter states that there won't be any elevators. So there's nothing below grade that's going to have a negative impact to their building or abutting properties again, and that's what that no harm letter certifies. I just wanted to make that clear.
That is very helpful, Mr. Simonelli. Thank you. And as a reminder, we are only addressing GCOD. That's the only violation. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Approve.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Norm. I think you were going to put a motion forward.
I believe David just did, so.
Oh, it's David? Okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
I second. Ross a second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazzo?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1706873 with the address of 75 Lubeck Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Yeah, how you doing? My name is Garrett Hogan. I am the builder and developer for this project. Good morning, members of the board. This project is a gut renovation of an existing 6-unit building in East Boston. The project is as of right. We are in a GCOD district, so that is why we are here today, just to ensure that we comply with all of the GCOD requirements on the project.
Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both GCOD letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
There's no other hands raised.
May I have a motion?
A motion to approve.
There's a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazzo?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have the hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Before we begin, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 9:30 timeframe.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge, 31 Notre Dame Street, please.
Bear with me, please. So that this request is for case BOA 1685149 for 31 Notre Dame Street. Would you go ahead and explain, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Baranci, business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. We're asking for a short deferral as there was a revised set of plans sent in over on this proposal well over 4 weeks ago, but we're still waiting to get the stamped drawings back from the examiner. So we're just asking for a short deferral.
Thank you. Caroline?
We could do June 24th or July 8th.
We'll take the 24th, please.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to June 24th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazzo?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Thank you then.
Thank you.
Any further requests for withdrawals or deferrals from this time frame? Hearing none, we'll go on to case BOA 1697121 with the address of 32 Chester Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley, 28 State Street here in Boston. With me today is Anat Nakdagal, who is our project architect, and from the property ownership team, 32 Chester Street LLC, its principals, Earl Henry and Kevin Lehrer. Madam Ambassador, if you could actually go up to the first slide. Yeah, this is perfect. This is helpful. Just going to give a brief overview of the site. You can see on the map, bottom mid-right there, 32 Chester Street. It's located between Brighton Avenue and Com Ave. 32 Chester Street LLC, the owners also own 2 buildings consisting of 18 units across the street. So they're very familiar with the neighborhood. You can see top left of screen, this is the existing 3-family at 32 Chester Street from the street, the white building there. We are in a 3F 4000 zoning subdistrict, but the immediate area is characterized by really a mix of triple-decker residential buildings, but also larger multifamily residential structures, including right next door, many of which incorporate below-grade dwelling units or garden-level apartments, which is what's being proposed here. Madam Ambassador, if you skip down a few pages to page A1, I think it's A1.1. Keep going, one more from here. Here you go, perfect, this one right here, Madam. Thank you very much. This screen is on the left side. You'll see the plan for the lower level. So what's being proposed is to change this from the existing 3-family to a 4-family. This is an older triple-decker, so like a lot of these buildings in many parts of the city, there's a lot of underutilized space in the basement in the lower level. And so this is unfinished space, and they're looking to propose an additional 4th unit in that space, which you can see here on the left-hand side. It is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit. It's 925 square feet, and the ceiling height down there is just about 8 feet, which is above the minimum requirement of 7 feet. So there's adequate ceiling height down there, light and air as well, because we are proposing an expansion of the front common stair to that previously unfinished basement area, which you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, but the bottom right of that basement plan shows you that common stair.
We're also on the left-hand side, you could see kind of top left, there's an expansion of an existing window well to provide egress light and air as well into the unit. This basement space will be sprinklered as a result, but there will be no other changes to the existing building envelope or footprint. Everything else is just in the unfinished basement area. And then if you go up a few slides, Madam Ambassador, a little bit further up, keep going. One more up, please. Right here on the top left, if you could zoom in a little bit, there is a zoning summary, but I can briefly speak to it. We do need zoning relief for the multifamily residential use, which we are, again, a 4 units in a three families zone, and actually the basement dwelling unit requires zoning relief under the zoning code in Brighton, but these are, again, very common conditions in this immediate neighborhood. All the dimensional relief is in the parking relief are existing nonconformities, so we need additional lot area insufficient, floor area ratio excessive because we are recapturing unfinished space in the basement, and off-street parking, there are 2 tandem spaces, but there's no availability to add more to accommodate the extra unit. But these are all existing nonconformities for the building. The FAR specifically at 0.8 is allowed, 0.99 is what's there now, and 1.28 is what is proposed, just again by recapturing that basement space. And I'll just wrap up. We did hold an abutter meeting on March 18th. No attendees were there. No questions, obviously, no issues with no attendees, but we did go through a presentation. We did meet with the All Civic Association on April 16th. There were no major questions or issues at that time. We did submit 11 letters of support to the board, all within an immediate radius of 32 Chester, including direct abutters. And then I'll just note for the board as well, finally, that we did receive a planning department recommendation of approval for this project. So a lot of information, Madam Chair, but in essence, it's a pretty simple project. But happy to pause here and we can answer any questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, good morning. C. Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on March 18th of this year at which no concerns were raised. The Alston Civic Association is the active civic group in this area which is in support of the application. Our office has also received 9 form letters of support that have been forwarded to the board. With that background, we defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other hands raised.
Is there a motion?
For motion to second.
What was the motion, just to be clear?
Motion of approval.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have case BOA 1685123 with the address of 75 Maple Street. The applicant and/or their representative present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci. Business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. Joining me today is the applicant, Matthew Barak, and as well as the project architect, Treya Laraya. This is a proposal to preserve the existing structure and erect a new vertical and rear addition to contain a total of 8 units with 10 parking spaces located in the rear. 1 unit will be offered as affordable through the Mayor's Office of a Housing Agreement. This is a very large parcel consisting of slightly over 20,000 square feet, a lot size. The property is 1 block away from the Fairmont MBTA commuter rail station. The property also lies generally within the study area of the ongoing Cleary Squares and Streets Planning Initiative. Proposal falls within a 2F 5000 NDOD, in which, if approved, there is a mandatory design review from the Planning Department. Despite a 2F subdistrict, the erection of a multifamily dwelling is in line with the planning goals of 2030 while increasing the city's housing stock. There will be 2 one-bedrooms and 6 two-bedrooms ranging from approximately 640 square feet to 1,120 square feet. If I could just, Madam Ambassador, direct you to page 13 of the plans. Keep going. Great. Yep. Perfect. So this basement floor of the existing structure will remain utilities, while the basement floor of the addition is a full walkout due to the elevation grade. Changes will consist of the 2 bedrooms, of the 2 one-bedroom units on this level. The first floor plan will consist of units 3 and 4, which will each contain 2 bedrooms. Page 14, please, Madam Ambassador. The second floor will consist of units 5 and 6, which will contain 2 bedrooms. The third floor will consist of units 7 and 8, which will also contain 2 bedrooms. Each floor will be a carbon copy of one another, as one unit will be located on each side of the existing structure running through the addition. We have violations for use. We are proposing 8 total units in a 2F sub-district, but the proposal is in line with the planning goals of Boston 2030 of increasing the housing stock, as well as providing more affordability home ownership opportunities. Height, we have a violation in stories and feet. The maximum building height is 2.5 stories and 35 feet in this sub-district. The existing structure does meet those limits, but the addition creates the violation at approximately 40 feet and 4 stories. The building is approximately 7 feet higher than the existing structure, but the site slopes downward in the rear, so majority of the height is actually below grade from the street. This can be clearly seen from pages 16 and 18 of the drawings, which show the elevations and the drop in the grade as well. We have a parking insufficient violation. Code requires 2 spaces per unit, and this proposal calls for 10 total spaces, which is aligned with the mayor's initiative of reducing dependency on private vehicles. There is also a violation for parking design. However, we feel that we shouldn't have been cited for such, but if present, this could be addressed during the design review phase. We lastly have a violation for open space. 1,750 square feet is required for each dwelling, and this proposal calls for 1,627 square feet per unit, which still provides ample open space for a project of the scope. Madam Chair, before I turn it back over to you and the board, I would just like to notate last minute, we received a letter of opposition which caught us by surprise from the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, which was supposed to take a non-stance on this property. The reason why I'm bringing this up, their letter of opposition is derived from the fact that there was a missing violation from the refusal letter, which is inaccurate, what they're alleging. They're alleging that there was an additional lot area insufficiency. However, under the zoning charts under Article 69, we're considered an other use, which requires 8,000 square feet a lot size, which we have over 20,000 square feet, and non-applicable is the additional lot size. So again, just wanted to clarify that for the record. Now I'll turn it over to the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes. Sorry, go ahead, Jean.
I was going to just address parking. Why 10 spaces? It looks like this is a resident parking street, so residents could get permits and, you know, why so many parking spaces?
Yeah, Ms. Padano, great question. So during the abutters meeting, and again, it was the original proposal, the applicant took the initiative and was proactive before to speak in some of the abutters. The concerns that they had was parking. So during the abutters meeting, it was lightly attended. There were no issues with the massing or the size of the project. In fact, one abutter recommended that we provide a much larger size scale project, but parking was the big issue. They were asking us to be compliant. And again, trying to balance the mayor's initiatives of reducing dependency, considering how close proximity we are to that rail station, and balancing the needs of the abutters and the request for parking, we felt that 10 was a reasonable choice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barbaza, did you have any other questions?
My same question with Jean in regards to parking. You're probably aware that the BPD recommendations is advocating for less parking. How do you feel about reducing it? I know that it was a concern for some of the butters, but it's more of like impact on the street now that you're increasing density on a 2F 5,000 district.
Yeah, no, again, you know, it just, again, we try to balance both the needs of the mayor's initiative, reducing dependency, being close proximity to the rail station and the neighbors' needs. Again, that's, if it is decided during design review to reduce, we do understand the planning department's recommendation, which was for approval. If in fact that they do reduce the parking to provide more of a permeable surface, it's not going to create a new zoning violation, as we've already been cited for.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's open it up to public testimony.
I actually have one question before we do.
I'm sorry, Ms. Turner?
No worries. Can you talk a little bit about how many affordable units, how many of the units will be affordable?
Yeah, so we will have, so it's 17% of any more than 7 units that are going to be erected on this property. We are proposing 8 units, so we will be offering 1 unit as affordable.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I open up to public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Hyde Park Neighborhood Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on February 13th that was very lightly attended, where abutters made inquiries regarding ownership and adding more off-street parking. Next, the proposal was presented to Hyde Park Neighborhood Association on May 1st. To date, our office has received 1 letter of opposition from the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association stating the proposal 20,000 square feet is an insufficient lot size, requiring an additional 3,000 square feet per additional dwelling unit, and the proposal is insufficient by approximately 6,000 square feet. We have also received 1 phone call in opposition, again citing the lot insufficiency. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to refer to the board for their judgment.
Councilor Murphy's office. Mary Karski?
Yep, I'm sorry, it's just unmuting. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mary Karski. I'm with Councilor Murphy's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. This project would increase housing from 2 to 8 units on a 20,000 square foot lot, affordable units. And something we know is urgently needed throughout the city. And she said at the recent abutters meeting, the tone was constructive. Some neighbors expressed the desire for even more units as long as parking was met. So the council would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 1 hand raised. I'm unmuting you. Yep, go ahead and speak.
Please state your name and address for the record.
It's a cell phone number, 364-1445. You're unmuted if you want to speak.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Craig Martin with the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I want to correct and clarify the earlier testimony for the real estate attorney. The lot size, this is in the neighborhood design, this parcel is in the neighborhood design overlay district. And we expect the board to have an accurate rejection letter in which to make a decision. And the lot size is sufficiently. And we're not necessarily requesting expressing opposition because of the lot size, but we expect it to be presented to the community and their abutters properly. The lot size, Table C in Article 69, dictate that 5,000 for the first unit and a 2-family 5,000 unit, 3,000 for each additional unit. Thus, simple math will tell you 26,000 square feet is required, and the lot size is sufficiently undersized. We expect it to be on record. We request a short deferral for the ISD to present an accurate rejection letter. They're also missing another setback. Their plans will show you that the parking lot overlaps the setback boundary. We're not requesting that the parking lot be reduced. We just want it to be recognized in the rejection letter. And so a short deferral, because the board should have an accurate rejection letter, is requested by APNA.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, would you like me to respond? I know I did for Mr. Craig Smith's words. You'd like me just to reiterate again? We are considered under the graphical chart, we're considered under other use So that 5,000 square foot lot doesn't apply to us. Again, the lot size requirement is 8,000 square feet, and no additional lot is needed for this proposal, as it is not applicable. So again, we have over 20,000 square feet.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, so you're taking down a lot of greenery, a lot of trees for the addition, but I didn't hear any feedback on whether you're going to plant additional trees. It probably doesn't even fit because you're fully vegetated at the rear. You can see in the site plan. But I just wanted for the board to know that there's a substantial amount of trees that are being removed to incorporate the surface parking lot. So no further comment.
Great. And Ms. Barraza, do understand your concerns surrounding the trees. Yes, we feel that there's a need for, the housing crisis we're in to provide more units. However, the applicant and owner is willing to comply, if anything, during design review suggested as far as replanting, is happy to do so and work together with the planning department.
Yep. I do see some areas at the front where that could be possible to plant some smaller trees. But thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with 3 provisos. One, that the project undergoes site planning review by the BPD. Second, for the project to reduce its parking by 2, to allow for there to be more connection to the addition at the rear, to the open space at the back. Currently, all of the surface parking lot is not allowing for safe kind of access to that beautiful open space at the rear. So this is why I'm recommending to remove 2 of the parking spaces. And then third is for the site planning review by the BPD to look at the preservation of also as much as some of the trees that are existing or the replanting, just to kind of offset the additional construction that's being put on the site.
Is there a second?
Just a second. I think they also are required to execute.
I'm sorry, the
agreement.
affordable unit, that was really, so the 4th proviso would be that the project also includes 1 affordable unit and to undergo an agreement with MOH.
Okay, Mr. Valencia, are you seconding?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Barraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Donato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1681741 with the address of 79 Redwood Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci. Business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. Joining me today from the development team is Anthony Monahan and Ryan McGuire. Also joining us today is the project architect, Eric Zackerson. This is a proposal to raise the existing structure and erect a new 3-story building containing 12 units with 10 parking spaces. 2 of those units will be offered as affordable through the Mayor's Office of Housing agreement. The proposal falls within a 1F 5,000 subdistrict. Therefore, the use is forbidden, which requires relief. However, the surrounding neighborhood includes several larger structures along with a mix of housing typologies in this area. This parcel consists of slightly over 14,000 square feet. The property is located 0.4 miles away from Ashmont Station and as well as Dorchester Avenue. The erection of multifamily dwelling is in line with the planning goals of 2030 while increasing the city's housing stock near areas serviced by transit. There will be 2 1-bedrooms, 8 2-bedrooms, and 2 3-bedrooms, ranging from approximately 840 square feet for the 1-bedrooms to 1,370 square feet for the 3-bedrooms. If I could direct Madam Ambassador to page 3, which will be the ground floor. Perfect. Ground floor will consist of parking for 10 vehicles, 4 compact spaces, and 6 full-size spaces. In the rear, access by relocating the existing curb cut to the right side of the property. There will be storage for all units as well. Units 1 and 2 will be located in the front of the building, which both units will be 2-bed, 2-bath, fully accessible units. If I can direct your attention, Madam Ambassador, page 4, please. Level 2 will consist of units 3 through 7, containing 1 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1 1-bedroom, 1-bath, and 2 2-beds, 2-bath. The front 2-bed and the 1-bed will have an office space as well. Again, Madam Ambassador, next page, please, page 5. Level 3 will consist of units 8 through 12, containing 1 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1 1-bedroom, 1-bath, and 2 2-beds, 2-bath. Again, the front 2-bed and the 1-bed will have an office space as well. We have additional violations for lot area insufficient. Despite the use being forbidden, the lot area requirement in this sub-district is 5,000 square feet with no additional lot requirement. It's our opinion that this proposal should not have been cited for this relief. We have a floor area ratio violation. We're proposing a 1.2 and a 0.5 is the maximum allowed. The proposed FAR is consistent with many of the other buildings found throughout the surrounding blocks. Height, we have a violation in stories, but we are compliant as to the feet. The proposal calls for 3 stories, but again is consistent with other 3-story buildings within the neighborhood. We have a front yard violation. 15 feet is the actual requirement. The proposal calls from 15 feet to the structure, but 10 feet to the bay window projections, which resulted in that violation. However, the setback is consistent with many other buildings on this street. We have a side yard violation. 10 feet is what is required, and the proposal calls for 10 feet to the structure and 5 feet to the side yard decks. Again, this type of setback is similar in this neighborhood. We have a rear yard violation. A 40-foot setback is compliant with the code, and the proposal calls for 40 feet to the structure, but 35 feet to the decks. Again, this type of projection are very similar within this neighborhood. We have an open space violation, as this project falls within any other dwelling or use within the 1F 5,000 sub-district. There is no open space requirement, and we believe we should not have been cited for this. However, there is approximately 4,500 square feet of open space total for the proposal. And lastly, we have a parking insufficiency. Code requires 1.5 spaces per unit, and this proposal calls for 10 total spaces, but again is aligned with the initiative reducing dependency on private vehicles in an area that's very close to transit. At this point in time, Madam Chair, I'm going to pass it over to you and the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services regarding 79 Bentham Street. Our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 2/3/25, which was attended by about 7 constituents. The primary feedback from this meeting was opposition regarding the proposal, citing many concerns such as the density of the neighborhood, increased stress on parking, the oversized feeling of the building, and how it didn't feel cohesive with the neighborhood. Constituents were also very concerned with the loss of green space and trees on the property. My office has also received 8 letters in support regarding this proposal. Additionally, the proposal was reviewed with the St. Mark Civic Association. The association has expressed overwhelming opposition to the proposal, noting that the proposal is far too large for the lot size, and ultimately they have voted in opposition for the proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board, Liam Remus from Council Fitzgerald's office. After hearing support from direct abutters, our office would like to go on record in support of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 hands raised, and as a reminder, state your name and address for the record. We'll start with Alana.
Good morning. My name is Alana Waldhoff Pope, and I live at 80 Bentham Street, right across the street. I have spoke to Ryan personally. He has come and introduced himself and introduced the proposal, and he's been very forthcoming about what he wants to do. And living here, I totally agree. I agree that it should be allowed. I think it's much needed. Parking isn't too bad over here. It's a smaller street, but everybody pretty much has a driveway or parking. There's enough parking. And he's been great. Ryan's been great. He's been great in the neighborhood, great to us, great to the people surrounding us. And I am not an opposal of this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Christian?
Christian Highland, 17 Bruce Street, for the record, just sanity check, everyone can hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. So good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Highland. I'm a Dorchester resident living directly next to this proposed project. You and the board voted to deny a different proposed construction for this area without prejudice on October 17th, 2023. And I'm asking you to make the same decision today. That previous proposal was for smaller construction that did entail even a shorter list of violations. I and my family are voicing our opposition to this proposed construction. Main areas of concern are really the decrease in natural light as well as the lack of parking. Look, my wife and I take public transit to and from work, but we still require a vehicle, and our neighbors own multiple vehicles in this area. Perhaps the parking is different on Rentham Street where they have driveways, but the perpendicular street, Bruce Street, where we live, does not have any off-street parking or driveways on the immediate abutters. Also, the Civics Association voted overwhelmingly against this proposal, and we're confident that we can find a happy middle ground for all parties. This proposed construction really just feels like the largest possible construction for this lot. Why not explore an option that will garner full support from the community for this? It really is just a beautiful green lot that will eventually just become one giant building if this proposal is approved. I'm asking you all to think about our family, our expectations of privacy, the dozens of other residents who will be negatively impacted by this. It really is hard to get time out of your day in order to come on and call like this. I know that there's some folks to be able to join that weren't able to, but thank you all for, and I know that we'll make it work.
Thank you.
We have two more hands. Shane?
Okay, briefly, and please add new information.
Hi, my name is Shane Carthy. I'm in support of this project. I know the previous person there mentioned parking, but when I saw this project, they have 14 parking spaces. I think the area is very up and coming, and I think adding more housing is key to what we need in the city of Boston. So yeah, I'm definitely in favor of this.
Thank you.
Daniel, so.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time. My name is Daniel. I live on Florida Street. I am a direct abutter. I am speaking in opposition to this project. I agree with pretty much everything that Christian said earlier, so I will not restate all of it. But I do want to reiterate that in general, this project feels like they're really just putting the largest possible building that they can onto this lot. This point was made many times, both during the abutters meeting and during the Civic Association meeting. In the latter, to my recollection, I am paraphrasing, not quoting, the response from the proponents was, well, we could have come to you with a 40-unit proposal and let you talk us down to 12. To me, this shows a complete disregard for the feelings of the neighbors. Such a large building would greatly intrude on our privacy and the open space that we have behind us, and I ask that you deny the project as written. We would be happy to discuss a smaller building, but not a large 12-unit building like this. Thank you.
There's no other hands.
Yes, so I'd just like to respond. So as the project team met with a lot of the abutters, and as you could probably see from the letters of support from immediate abutters as well as surrounding neighborhood, there were close to 30 letters in support. So at the beginning, yes, and again, that's why the revised plans that you're seeing today are being presented. The project team did work together with the abutters, and in that sense, in return, again, they have submitted close to 30 letters, if not 30 letters, I can't remember the specific number, that has been received by the board. I'm not quite sure why Eva Jones didn't receive those from the mayor's office, and it was just inadvertently not sent to her. But again, I'm sure that someone here can attest to that those letters have been submitted and added to the record from immediate direct abutters and the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I find the proposal very dense for the neighborhood. I think that, to go twice 1.2 from the 0.5. I find it too excessive in terms of the density, in terms of the overall footprint of the lot. For these reasons, I don't find it to be contextual. I think there could be a balance between building and open space and still provide an additional housing. For these reasons, I'm gonna say a motion of denial without prejudice.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
No. I believe they've negotiated in good faith, and there seems to be a lot more support as opposed to objection.
I'm expecting them to have managed.
Mr. Valencia?
I'm going to vote no for the same reasons. I think there's still the benefit of the additional housing created is important for the city.
Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
The chair votes no, the motion does not carry. Is there another motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion of approval with planning department review and approval for the proponent to execute a housing agreement with the Mayor Office of Housing for the affordable housing units.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Barbarazza?
No.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have two companion cases. First is case BOA 1690038 with the address of 20 Hamilton Street. Along with that, is case BOA 1681973 with the address of 20R Hamilton Street. If the applicants and or their representative are present, they please explain to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Myrna Woodworth, Urban Determination LLC, 9 Elizabeth Street in Mattapan. We'll look first at the 20 Hamilton, an existing triple-decker in a 2F 6,000 zone, 7,500 square foot lot area. There is an existing abandoned former parking structure at the rear of the property, which is an eyesore and a danger. 20R Hamilton has been assigned as the proposed address for 2 new townhouse units, 1.5 stories each, to be used by the owner's family members. The violation for 20 Hamilton, the first of the 2 cases, is 2 buildings on the same lot. No other work is proposed. 20 Hamilton has 3 existing parking spaces. Citations for 20R Hamilton are off-street parking, 2 dwellings on the same lot, excessive FAR, this is a 0.4 FAR zone, usable open space, and side and rear yard setbacks. The setbacks are actually improved over the existing structure, and there is the potential for 1 additional parking space. It has yet to be laid out. This was the major concern in our meeting with the neighborhood association. However, it's my understanding that the current tenants of the triple-decker do not all own cars, and that some of the existing spaces are also available for future tenants.
Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Benbury. I am the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on March 18th. With no abutters in attendance, no concerns or inquiries were made. Next, the proposal was presented to Greater Bowden Geneva Neighborhood Association, and to date, our office has not received any letters regarding the proposal. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with their judgment.
Brian? State your name and address to the record. You can unmute yourself.
Are you able to speak, Brian? You've muted yourself. You're muted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. If you can state your name and address for the record and whether you're in support or opposition.
Timothy Guimon, Office of City Councilor Brian Worrell. Just wanted to state our support for this project and thank you to the group for continuing the community process.
Thank you.
There's no other hands, Madam Chair.
With that, may I have a motion?
A motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board.
The next case has been deferred, so that will take us to case BOA 1685754 with the address of 34 Plimpton Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mike Chavez. I'm an architect representing the client, John and Nicole Lopkin, the owners of the unit at this 3-unit building. Address 26 Emmental Park in Dorchester. So this project is an existing 3-unit condo building in South End. The owners are the owners of the 3rd floor unit. There's 1 unit per floor, and they're proposing to put a bedroom on the kind of on the roof. They only have the roof rights of the building, and they're proposing to put a bedroom on the rear 1/3 of the existing roof to expand their livable area for their growing family. The variances that are being requested, and actually there was a updated version of the letter, a reconstruction / extension of a non-conforming building. I think when the building was originally converted to condos, it was run from a commercial or industrial building to a residential building. So any addition to that requires that review. There is a restricted roof structure regulation in this particular portion of South End. This proposal went in front of the South End Landmarks Commission. They issued a letter without us needing to be presenting for it, stating that they were fine with the proposal. This was done last summer. And then also there's a dimensional regulation that they're asking for a minimum rear yard requirement of 20 feet per rear yard. However, residential buildings don't require rear yard setbacks, so we disagreed with that that violation, but it's still listed here. So we can go on to the next few plans. So we had an abutters meeting. Again, this is the addition there in the back 1/3. We can keep going down. That's the existing condition. We're demoing a section. There's already a roof deck up there with some structure. So we're taking part of that down and then adding up the new addition on top of the roof at the rear 1/3 there, and then leaving sections of the existing roof deck and its related structure that are there now. Again, it'll be a bedroom, closet, and an ensuite bathroom upstairs. We're also updating the stair to get from the main unit on the 3rd floor up to the space. The building's already sprinklered, so we're continuing the sprinkler up to that space as well. And keep going down to the next slide. So we had an abutters meeting. There was some questions about shadows that might be presented by the addition, by the there's some rental tenants in the building behind behind 34 Plimpton Street. So we did a number of shadow studies. We hosted a second abutters meeting to be able to do our due diligence. The next couple slides are just showing some of the shadow and sun studies that we provided for the tenants. No one showed up to that second abutters meeting, but it was recorded and distributed, and folks were able to take a look at that. And we found that essentially, I think it's almost the second to last slide on here, that is the impact in the winter was only about 0.25% with any negative sun impacts, and then also in the summer it's about 0.16% of an impact. So not very much at all with this addition on the roof. And I will stop there.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Have you met with the Landmark Commission and for any kind of design feedback?
We were outside of any landmarks review needs. We did, the South End Landmarks Commission we did submit it to them last summer, and they did review it as an admin review and approved it as it was, since we weren't violating any height restrictions from the zoning side of things. So they didn't ask us to come in to present on it. They issued a letter stating that they were fine with what we were proposing.
Okay, great, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Hearing none, we have public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ava Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 34 Plimpton, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including 2 abutters meetings held on 2/4/25 and 3/26/25. The first meeting was attended by about 3 constituents and the second had no attendees. The primary feedback from the first meeting was concerns about the roof line of the property and the shadows being cast on an artist's lot adjacent to the property. Additionally, the proposal heard the community concerns and conducted a shadow study and requested a second meeting to present the negligible effects the proposal would have to its neighbors. The Civic Association was also notified about the proposal but declined to meet with the applicant considering the minor nature of the project. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everybody, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
There's no other hands raised.
With that, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm going to put forward a motion of approval with BPD design review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Next, we have case BOA 1575425 with the address of 62 L Street. The applicant and/or the representative are present. They please explain.
Hi, my name is David Luciano. I'm here today as owner and applicant for BOA 1575425. Submitted for the property located at 62 L Street, South Boston. A 3-family home, 1 unit on each floor, which I own with my partner, Andrew Army, also in attendance. I appreciate your time today. We're here because the proposal is to rebuild an existing rear staircase on the back outside part of the building and construct a new roof deck on the topmost roof. The stairs violate side and rear yard restrictions, and we're seeking a variance for that. Additionally, a violation for the restriction in the roof deck must be via a roof hatch, which we're also seeking a variance for. While we originally prepared to present today, given the length of time since the last abutters meeting in July of 2024, we've been asked to defer today in an effort to conduct a third abutters meeting before returning to the board. We will respect the request to do so if the board agrees. We want to ensure that we follow the necessary protocols in an effort to maintain good relations with our community and defer to the board on next steps.
Got it. Okay. What time frame are you looking for?
Do you have early August?
Caroline?
We could do August 12th.
That would work for us.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to refer this case until August 12th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. We'll see you then.
Next, we have case BOA 169 1822 with the address of 688 East 2nd Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, representing the proponent. Also with me is Jillian Miller, who is an owner's representative and the project manager for this project. This proposal is to change the occupancy from an existing 2-family to 4-family by adding a 3rd floor to the building and converting underutilized basement space into a living unit. I would note that the conversion from 2 to 4 is multifamily, and this is in the multifamily residential subdistrict, so the use itself is an allowed use. The addition of the 3rd floor, as noted in the planning department memo, is entirely consistent with the context of the neighborhood, and although there is a conditional use permit required when you are adding a structure on the roof of an existing building under Article 68, the 3rd floor is within the height limit, which is 40 feet in this subdistrict, and this proposal is 35 feet. So the 3rd floor is within the height limits of the MFR subdistrict. Also adding 3 porches to the rear of the building for each of the units to have usable open space, together with a landscaped rear yard area. The basement has a sliding door with a walkout condition at the rear of the building, given some slope of the land back there. There are also windows on both sides of the foundation to create a very nice basement space. Also, the ceilings in the basement are 9 feet high, and as noted in the planning department memo, the egress is code compliant, and the building is fully sprinklered and has a fire alarm system throughout as part of the renovations. The rear decks create the rear yard insufficiency. The required setback is 20 feet, but the edge of the rear decks is 11 feet 10 inches from the adjacent property line. But also, as noted in the planning department memo, this is along a stretch of 2nd Street, which is somewhat industrial and a buffer between some industrial uses and residential uses, and there's not much of an impact on any of the abutters. The lot itself was a combination and subdivision of a much larger parcel owned by Yankee Bus Company, of which this property is owned by a subsidiary. There are 2 existing parking lots on either side of the building, and the lot combination and subdivision is creating a lot for the residential building and 7 parking spaces for the 4 units. And under the code here, 6 spaces would be required, so we just have 1 extra. But again, as noted, those are existing parking spaces, and no additional paving is being conducted to create the parking spaces. Lastly, I'd note that the planning department memo recommends approval, and following our community review process, a revised set of plans was submitted, removing the roof deck from the top floor of the new addition. And following the removal of the roof deck, we are not aware of any opposition to this proposal. And with that, I'll happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Can you go for the parking again and sort of the ratio that you're suggesting?
Yes, so under Article 68, the requirement is 1.5 per dwelling unit, so that would be a total of 6, and we're proposing 7, which is 1 extra. But if we go to the site plan, you'll see that the parking is already existing. No, scroll down a couple more. Yeah, here we are, right here. So you can see the existing parking lot is quite large, and the right-hand image shows that dotted line is the portion of the subdivided lot and the combination with the house parcel to create parking for this building, but the parking is already there. It's part of a much larger surface parking lot owned by Yankee Bus that is being subdivided to attach to this house. So we have one extra space than the code requires, which is 6. We're doing 7.
Yeah, but it's a very industrial area and with a real lack of green space. So was there any thought to sort of add any kind of permeable space or green space?
Yep, so you see there in the red circle in the back, that's the area behind the patio area for the basement unit. So there's green space, which is common area. The basement unit has its own patio, and then each of the 3 units on the upper floors are getting large open decks for outdoor space for each of the dwelling units.
Yeah, how big is that green space?
The area beyond the patio is 300 feet, 300 square feet. It's a pretty decent little pocket there in an otherwise industrial area, trying to maximize both, the comfort of each of the dwelling units and again, the balance of neighborhood wanting parking. Parking is very tight in South Boston. It's already there. 6 are required, 7 are proposed. We thought it was a reasonable proposal.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, C. Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on March 27th, at which concerns were raised about the proposed roof deck on the proposal. The petitioner is committed to removing the deck. There were no other concerns raised at the meeting. The Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is in non-opposition to this proposal. With that background, we defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support based on a good community process and good faith compromises with neighbors and civic groups on removal of the roof deck. Councilor Flynn respectfully requests that the development team continue to work closely with neighborhood on any quality of life issues during the construction phase. Thank you.
And there's no other hands, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I ask another question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just for clarification, I was trying to wrap my head around with the existing parking space. Mark, so the boundaries are to those 8 parking spaces that you said it's existing and it belongs to this residential structure. What happens, you're a lawyer and a zoning lawyer, what happens in the future if that parking lot wants to be developed, but those parking spaces kind of are with that structure? Is there, how did it get preserved or,
Sure, have your question.
No, so that, I'm trying to, you're getting, the parking ratio is, is fine. You don't necessarily need a variance per se. So I'm trying to preserve like that ownership of parking to that structure and thinking through in terms of future development, what can happen, just because you're surrounded by all this open land is going to bound to happen.
Certainly. So just like we had to do to create this parcel, in Boston, subdivision and combination of lots is not controlled by the state subdivision control law, but rather it's controlled at ISD as a building permit application process. So you have to submit a building permit application to propose a lot combination and or subdivision, and it requires ISD to review it and to cite it for any zoning violations. So, for example, in the future, addressing your hypothetical concern, if someone came along and said, look at this open space parking lot that goes to this building next door, let's just subdivide the lot. That would draw a raft of citations from ISD on an application to subdivide because it would render the residential lot non-compliant in terms of some parking. So it would have to come back before this board, and this case obviously would be part of the record, and you could point to this case and say,
okay. So it's up to then our board in the future that we can look at that as a case by case to see if it can be, another proposal can occur. Okay, you answered.
Yeah, in short, any subdivision would require approval of both ISD and this board because it would create zoning violations.
Right, and also the owners of the property would have a say in that process. Okay, thank you so much, Mark.
My pleasure.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Yeah, so with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Karen Lee.
Next, we have case BOA 169-5168 with the address of 469 East 3rd Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci. Business address of 168 H Street, first floor, South Boston. Joining me today is the applicant, Anthony Monahan, and the project architect, Nick Landry. The proposal here is seeking to erect a new 3-story single-family dwelling with ground floor garage for 2 vehicles on a vacant lot consisting of approximately 1,369 square feet, which is a pre-existing non-conforming use. The proposal falls within an MFR-LS subdistrict. Madam Ambassador, if I could direct you to page 6, the ground floor, please. Okay, if we could keep scrolling, oh, sorry, I might have the wrong page, Emma, or go back, you know what, we could just go back up, that would be great. I'm sorry. This is a little bit different from the plans that we had in there. Great, one more up. Nope, you had it. So page, yep, so page 6 on these, on this set right here, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So I think the other drawings were accurate on it. Just the page numbers are slightly off. But if you could just keep scrolling through it, I'll just go through this as single family, and I'll just discuss it a little bit. So ground floor will contain parking and approximately 162 square feet of living space. Second floor will contain 1 bedroom, 2 bath, and open concept living room, kitchen, and dining room. Third floor will contain 3 additional bedrooms, 2 baths, and a laundry room. Yeah, so that's the ground floor. And then just if you keep scrolling down, we'll get to the second floor, then the third floor, which we just went through. And then the following page will be the actual, yep, there's the third floor plan. And then if we go to the next page, will be the roof plan, which we're on now. The roof will contain a small roof deck of approximately 350 square feet, accessed by a rear spiral case. Next page, please. These are the elevations in which you'll notice each floor has small decks that will also be used for egress in the rear. We have violations for floor area ratio, as the proposal calls for a 1.87 as compared to what is compliant in an MFR-LS subdistrict at a 1.5, but is aligned with the neighborhood's floor area ratios, consistent as well. We have a side yard violation. 3 feet is required by code. This structure will be built on the property lines on both sides. If approved, design review can adequately ensure proper light and air for the abutting neighbors. We do have a rear yard violation. The rear yard requirement is 15 feet, as this proposal falls within the shallow lot exception. The stairwell primarily used for egress is proposed to be built to the rear property line. Therefore, it is our opinion that a variance is appropriate in this instance. However, we understand the planning department's recommendation on this type of setback, and if approved, it can be addressed during design review. At this point in time, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to you and the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Quick question. One of your butters looks like they have windows on their side, and this appears to be like right up against them. What is the?
Yeah, so their windows are not up to the actual property line, but our building is, and our building only on that side that the abutter has windows. Our building does not have the windows there.
Questions from the board?
But how much space is there between your building and those windows?
I'm going to have to defer to the project architect, Nick Landry, on there as far as the actual distance between the space. But again, those type of issues can actually be addressed during design review to factor in more for light and air for the neighbors.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I think when we're looking at the building, it's the building on the right that has the windows.
Yes.
So those windows are actually, yeah, they're too close to the property line today. The owner of this property also owns the neighboring property. Those windows are in a common staircase, so we're gonna just be removing them.
I see, okay. Other questions from the board?
Yes.
Yes.
In regards to access to the roof deck, is that a common roof deck for all the units?
This is only one unit, Ms. Better Barraza. It's a single.
It's what?
It's only one unit, it's a single family structure.
Right. So it is possible to have roof deck access from the last unit at the top?
Yes, it would be possible.
Okay, great, thank you.
And another question, a question about the deck. Are the stairs built right to the property line?
Yes, where the decks, where the spiral staircase comes out, it comes directly onto the actual property line itself. And again, that's what the planning department's recommendation was, to review that actual setback as well.
Okay, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, C.E. Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on March 26th, at which there were 3 supporters and no concerns were raised. The Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is in non-opposition. With that background, we defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, Councilor Flynn would like to go on record. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the other one, sorry. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chairs and members of the board. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in opposition. This is a project he would normally like to support as a single family in 2 parking spaces. However, in this case, he has a long-standing policy against the presence of the roof deck due to the quality of life concerns that it causes in the community. Thank you.
There's no other hands raised, Madam.
Madam Chair, if I could just respond to that and just remind the board that Councilor Flynn, all due respect to Councilor Flynn, Flynn's approach is a blanket statement regarding roof decks. And again, I think it's a good, reasonable project, as she said, that he would like to support. However, I just don't think it's just to oppose an entire project based upon a blanket statement of opposition on roof decks throughout the entire South Boston neighborhood.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the access to the roof deck is from the interior, 3rd level, and that the project undergoes BPD design review to review the extension of the rear deck.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Barraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Before we go to the case, for the last case of the 9:30 hearings, we'll ask, and since it's past 11 a.m., we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11 a.m. hearing.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Attorney Joseph Feaster, 75 and 86 Marcella Street.
So those would be 2 companion cases, the first being case BOA 1704660 with the address of 75 Marcella Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1704664 with the address of 86 Marcella Street. Would you go ahead and please explain, Attorney Feaster?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joseph Feaster from the law firm of Dane Torpy, 175 State Street. I'm thinking my old office, 175 Federal Street, Boston. I'm here as the attorney for the applicant, and at the request of the Mayor's Office of Housing, because of discussions that they are having with abutters about some issues around parking. They have requested of my client that this matter, and I beseech the board and encourage the board for a deferral of this hearing if possible until June 3rd.
Caroline, is that the?
Yes, it is.
Doable? Okay. With that, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to defer this case until June 3rd.
There's a second?
The second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you very much, members of the board.
If there are no further requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11 a.m. hearings, we'll return to the last case of the 9:30 hearing, which is case BOA 1692098 with the address of 4 Liberty Square. And this is also an Article 80 case. So if the applicants and or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Hello, members of the board. Greg McCarthy, here for 4 Liberty Square. Should I go ahead?
Yes, please proceed.
Sorry. So we're here today. We have a building, 7-story building at 4 Liberty Square, which we have applied to participate in the office to residential pilot program. So the proposed project is the conversion of floors 2 through 7 from offices to 36 apartments. And the ground level would stay, it's currently a restaurant bar, and that would stay as the same use. There aren't any violations on this project, but we do need approval for GCOD, groundwater conservation, and coastal flood resiliency for sea fraud. We had the Boston Water and Sewer Plan approved in the letter of no harm, and have taken steps to meet the coastal flood resiliency. Overall, we're hoping that it's a great project for the neighborhood. It's going to provide 6 affordable homes. All of those are IDP. And that is basically the overall project.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Simonelli?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both GCOD letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. North?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Dylan Norris, I'm a project manager with the Development Review Division of the Planning Department, as well as the project manager for the proposal before you today. Proponent team for 4 Liberty Square filed a small project review application under Article 80E of the Boston Zoning Code on December 9th, 2024. The public comment for this filing was open until January 13th, 2025, in which the Planning Department hosted a virtual public meeting via Zoom on January 7th, 2025. The public meeting was advertised in local newspapers and posted to the Planning Department's calendar, and an email notification was sent to all subscribers of the Planning Department's downtown distribution list. The project was reviewed for its compliance with the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District and then brought before and approved by the BPDA Board on February 13th, 2025. I'm happy to answer any questions for members of the board may have related to the Article 80 review process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parra?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sebastian Parra from Councilor Colera Zapata's office. At this time, the council would like to go in support of this project. Thank you.
There's no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second?
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll move on to the hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. We'll start off with case BOA 1688886 with the address of 19 Cheshire Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, hi everyone. Hello, Madam Chairperson, and hello to the board. Thanks for having me today. We are here today requesting a variance in order to remodel our attic in Jamaica Plain at 19 Cheshire Street on the right side unit. We're seeking relief for an excessive floor area ratio under Article 55. And our goal of this project is really to expand our living space for use by our own family so that we can continue to live and contribute to the Jamaica Plain neighborhood. I'm a pediatrician. My husband's a doctor at Veterans Affairs Hospital. We have 2 young kids in the Boston Public Schools and are looking to expand our space to live into. A key part of this project is that it will not include any exterior work to the building. There's no increase in the living area other than what's inside the current shell of the building. And the building is currently owner-occupied and will remain as such with this change. The attic that we currently have in our unit had been built with the possibility of expansion if it were ever permitted by the City of Boston, and already has the windows needed on the gable ends of the attic where we will be hoping to build bedrooms. And again, just to be very clear, no exterior work is going to be performed here. If you could scroll down to what I believe is the 3rd page, that's it. What you can see is on the left, the existing floor plan, which is basically, just to orient you, there are 2 units here in our building. They are side by side, left and right units that are mirror images. This is the top current floor of our building listed here on the left. And on the right, you can see what we propose to do with our side of the top floor, which is to build out the attic space into livable space. This will generate 477 square feet of new livable space, again, without adding on to the building, just using the space that's already inside the shell, and we'll make this a building, or rather a floor plan that has 2 additional bedrooms and a bathroom added. One bedroom is viewed at the top of the image, another bedroom small in the bottom right, and then a bathroom sort of in the middle bottom of the image. We have support from our abutters, our immediate abutters in the other unit that you see pictured here have provided a letter of support that we provided to the zoning board. And then we also have letters of support from abutters that immediately look onto our unit, including individuals at 14 Cheshire Street immediately across the street, 22 Cheshire Street immediately across the street, and 23 Cheshire Street, which is the building sort of next to ours that faces ours. We, I believe, have also received some additional support from abutters that have contacted the city directly. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present today. I'm happy to answer any questions about the project.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Jamaica Plain Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on March 12th. The proposal was very well received with no concerns raised during the meeting. Next, the proposal was presented to Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council on April 2nd, where they voted to support the proposal, and to date, our office has received 1 letter of support. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with it.
Thank you.
There's no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck, Stan.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1634773 with the address of 22 Evelyn Street. If the applicant and/or their representative present.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address at 51 Dobson Road. With us on the call today is the owner of the property, Mr. Jose Velney. And today we're here seeking relief to erect a building for 5 residential units with 5 parking spaces on a vacant lot. The zoning subdistrict here is a 3F 6,000, and our lot size is 6,050 square feet. However, the zoning has changed in Mattapan, and this is now in an R2 zoning subdistrict. This application and this proposal was submitted to the Inspection Services Department prior to the zoning change, so there has been a lot of back and forth with the city with regard to which zoning subdistrict it was going to fall under, because again, it was applied for prior to the zoning change in Mattapan. So our proposal again is for 5 units on a vacant lot. The units will be condominiums, home ownership. They consist of 2-bedroom, 2-bath at about approximately 1,200 square feet. The length of the lot is approximately 150 square feet. The length, 150 feet, and the width of the lot is 42 feet, which is a pre-existing non-conforming, because under the zoning for both, the lot width requirement would be 50 feet. We can stop there and open it up to any questions the board may have.
Great, thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Sheila Tilton made a comment regarding the roof deck and the accessibility issue on that. Can you just walk us through how your roof deck is accessible?
If I recall, the plans show a head house on the top of the building, so it would be a staircase up to the head house. But Madam Barraza, we are open to hatch access as well. That would be fine.
So I think with multi-unit residential, if it's a common roof deck, you need to provide accessibility, meaning like an elevator. So this is more, we're reviewing zoning issues, but it's something that your architect would need to look at.
Okay, understood.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have public testimony?
I have a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to parking. There was a concern about screening and buffering around the parking area, maybe shrubs or something. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So one of the things that we had discussed in meetings was, hiring a landscape architect to do some screening and buffering around the parking, which is located in the rear of the property, and it will be cantilevered. The first floor will be cantilevered over the parking in the rear. So we will be doing plantings by hiring a landscape architect and doing screening and buffering around the parking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time the Mayor is often to defer to the judgment of this board. Some background information on the community process. ONS hosted a butters meeting on April 19th, 2023. Due to some personnel changes, we don't have a ton of information from that abutters meeting. The applicant was connected to the Civic Association's Wellington Hill. Wellington Hill ultimately voted to not support the proposal, citing concerns with height and density, as well as they felt it did not fit in with the character of mostly 3 families on that street. We also received an opposition letter from the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council. With that information, we'll defer to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other raised hands?
There is no other hands raised right now.
Madam Chair, if I may, just in response to the height of the building, we are at 3 stories.
Want to make sure we go through.
We have one hand raised.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I own the property directly behind it, and I noticed that in the abutters meeting, the architectural drawing showed my garage. And in this particular one, my garage is not being shown, but the garage of the property directly beside it, I believe that is where the current owner purchased it from. And my concern has been about the parking in the rear up against my property line, because my property line is about 4 feet behind my garage, and I feel like their parking is encroaching on that. And I made that clear in the abutters meeting, but evidently Mr. Connor just said that there isn't a lot from that abutters meeting, so I don't know what happened with that. So I just feel like that's why I'm here, to make sure, as the owner of 27 Clarkwood Street, which abuts up against the back of 22 Evelyn Street, that 4 feet behind my garage, which is not shown, has been taken into account, because it didn't look like that in the abutters meeting drawings. It looked like it went all the way up against my garage, and I know I have 4 feet behind my garage.
Great, thank you. Let's, are there any other raised hands before the applicant addresses that question?
No, there isn't.
Mr. Small?
Yes, and so we did have several conversations in the abutters meeting, and we had, conversations with Mrs. Clanton, excuse me, with regard to the space behind, separating the properties in the rear. Again, we are going to be planting, arborvitae trees, but there is adequate space between her property and where the parking will be in the rear of the property.
So can you just remind us what is the space between, just so that we're clear?
You bring up the plan, I think it's approximately, it's like 7 feet.
Okay. Are there other questions from the board?
If it shows it.
Can you confirm the height of the building?
The height of the building, I believe, is at 3 stories, 38 feet.
But I would imagine 35 feet is required for height, but seems like you weren't flagged for that variance. Is your architect on?
I don't believe so. Jose Velney, who's the owner of the property, worked directly with the architect on that. I don't know if he has a comment on that. Jose, are you available? I think the extra height is being measured to the head house.
Okay. It's an IED. Well, actually, it is a zoning issue. Is Caroline on?
Yes.
Hi, Caroline. The project was not flagged for any height violations. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm looking at what was cited right now.
Okay.
I'm looking at both of the refusal letters, Madam Baraza, and height was not cited on either because they did issue 2 refusal letters. One with regard to the old zoning, which is a 3F6000 subdistrict, and the new zoning, which is the R2 in Mattapan, and neither have stated a violation for the height. I'm looking at both of them right now.
Okay. I'm just going to speak on what you've been cited, so I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval with Planning Department design review with special attention to the design of that off-street parking.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Pinato.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Have a good day.
Next, we have case BOA 1704816 with the address of 226 Magnolia Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross, attorney from the law firm of Prince Lobel with the business address of 1 International Place, and I'm here today with architect Stephen Kaufman on behalf of the petitioner, Shanty Acquisitions LLC, and manager Solomon Chaudhuri, a Dorchester resident. Madam Ambassador, this is a good slide just to sit at for a second. So this project began as a 28-unit building in November of 2021. And now, after 4 appearances before this board and 8 public meetings, we have something I believe that works, and I would add has been recommended for approval by the Boston Planning. The most current proposal is a 5 townhouse plan, each with a garage parking space to be sold as individual condominiums. On this slide here, which is the existing conditions photo, just to refresh the board's recollection and also for the new member, this is an existing 1-story, 11-bay garage that spans almost the entire length of the property, the 125-foot deep property, and sits next to an existing 6-unit structure that is roughly the same size, or height rather, as what's being proposed. There's an easement on the shared driveway where you can see in the right-hand photo where the red car is approximately within the easement and the white car is approximately outside the easement. Boston Planning's recommendation included the note that this project would help further the city's goals of increasing the housing stock by proposing small-scale residential infill development on land that previously was used solely for parking, as is here. Next slide, please, Madam Ambassador. I'm going to bring up the site plan here. And so to orient you, the Magnolia Street's at the top of the page. And the proposed structure, if you look very closely, maybe you zoom in just a teeny bit, is the black hashed rectangle, which is shown on top of the existing 11-bay garage, which is shown here as the gray hashed rectangle. And then to the right is that shared driveway between 226 Magnolia and 220 Magnolia. And I would just point out that there is a 16.3-foot setback from the building to the property line of 220 Magnolia, where only 10 feet is required. So an extra setback to create space for the abutting property on 220 Magnolia. The biggest change here from when I last appeared in front of the board in October of last year was the pulling back of the rear of the building, something we heard from both the Boston Planning as well as the board, to support a fully compliant rear yard setback from the abutting Ceylon Park, City of Boston Park, which is behind it. And then, as you can see in the green oval, it's 30 feet now, which is consistent with required zoning and substantially improved from the garage that sits there right now, which is only several feet from the property line. Next slide, please. Next slide, actually, page 7, please. Thank you. So here's the floor plan. At the top, shows units 1 through 5, with unit 1 on the right-hand side closest to Magnolia Street. You can see that there is now an entrance to unit 1 on the front of the building, which was not previously there, accessible from Magnolia Street side. And then at the bottom, you'll see second floor units showing the kitchen, half bath, living dining room, and you can see right off of unit 1 a Juliet balcony, which is now facing Magnolia Street, create additional fenestration. Unit 1 is a 1,300 square feet unit, which doesn't include the garage, so larger with the garage. Units 2, 3, and 4 are 1,325 square feet, and Unit 5 is 1,330 square feet. Next slide, please, Ambassador. So continuing on the floor plans, these are now showing the 3rd and 4th floors. The 3rd floor includes 2 bedrooms and a full bath, and there are now windows facing Magnolia Street. And at the lower plan shows that 4th and final floor. It's a partial floor, which steps back again from 220 Magnolia, and it contains the main bedroom and the bath, and it provides a small outdoor area for the residents. I would note that here we have a deck only at the bedroom level and not at the main living level, and generally any kind of activity on a deck at the bedroom level is substantially less than, say, a deck that fronts off of a main living area where all the participants can access. Next slide, please. These are the elevations I'm showing you. This is the front elevation. So here what we have is it's approximately 42 feet at the roof beam, and it steps down with each unit following the grade, with the last 2 units being just at and just below the allowed zoning height of 35 feet, measuring 35 feet and 34 feet, respectively, from the sidewalk. And this profile also shows at the right, you can see a simple awning off the front of the building, as well as that protruding Juliet balcony, again, just to create a presence of the front of the building, something we heard last time from the board. Next slide, please. Here is the rear elevation. I'll just point out that there is a back door to each of the units, which will provide access for the trash and the recycling. And then the next slide, please. The right elevation, no, the elevation on the left is the Magnolia. Magnolia's facing street side facing elevation, and you can now see substantial fenestration along the building, the door, the windows, the balcony, to liven up that front door, if you will. And then in the back, you'll see again additional fenestration. You also see 2 protruding bays at the 2nd floor, all to take advantage of the the views of Ceylon Park, which are just behind it, but 30 feet from the property line. The next slide will show you kind of with the rendering of what it will look like, basically. And this is also showing pervious pavers along the entry, and then planter boxes both along the front of the building and also in between each of the units. And then if you just want to quickly, Madam Ambassador, go through slides 13 and 19, I just wanted the board to be able to see some of the nearby buildings. There are a variety of nearby buildings that there's a whole bunch of, Madam Ambassador, if you want to just scroll to the next slides. Yeah, maybe just one at a time, beginning with slide 13 and going to slide 19. These are just a smattering of the nearby buildings that show different shapes, sizes, configurations, all multifamily, maybe with the exception of that one building on the left. All the others are 6-unit structures. Some might be adjoining, some are wood, some are brick, some are row house, some are traditional apartment. You get the picture, and then there's a map at the end that just shows its proximity to the proposed project. If you want to just scroll to the end there, Madam Ambassador. Here's another couple types of building. You have the double stack, triple decker on the right. You have the row house. You have the apartment building. Next slide, please. You have the very different kind of types of buildings. Next slide, please. Much larger buildings very nearby, some larger projects. I think a small project review by BPDA. Next slide, please. And then these are just where they're present based on the project. And then just quickly, Chair, I'll just go through the zoning. If Madam Besser, if you want to just go back to the slide one, that should have the zoning refusal. So we have the insufficient lot per unit. This is, we're in a 3 at 4,000, so it's an additional 2,000 square feet per unit over 2. So that would be 3 additional, so that would be 6,000 required. We have 5,775 square feet. FAR in this sub-district is 0.8. We are at 1.14. Number of stories are at 3. We are at 4, or technically just below 4 because it's a partial, but 4 nonetheless. The max height is at 35. We are at a maximum of 42, and then we step down. Open space requirement for this sub-district is 650 per unit, and we've gotten as close as ever with of all the other proposals. We're now at 426 open space per unit. Front yard is either 20 or modal. We were cited for this, but we are extremely close to the modal. We're at 2.6. The side yard, I don't know why we got cited for that. I kind of had a debate with the plans examiner on that one, but side yard, you can have 5 feet and 10 feet on either side, plus as long as you're not within 10 feet of the nearest building, which we're not. But we're at 5 feet and 16 feet, as I mentioned, over 16 feet on both sides, but we were cited for that, so. And then use, so the use, we would be allowed 3 plus 1 for conditional, and we are 5. So instead of 4, we're 5, which is considered multifamily, and so we were cited for the use. I'll pause right there and see if there are any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions from the board?
Can you go over what's happening in the rear yard?
Yeah, maybe the site plan is the best to do that. But the rear yard is 30 feet. There's no parking in the rear yard. The rear yard is all grass, and it's open space. So maybe the next slide there will show you, Madam Ambassador. There you go. The oval, if you want to just zoom in a bit.
And are you're taking down trees to build this? Are you planting new trees?
No trees are being taken down for this. There are no trees on the lot.
Okay.
We could build trees. We absolutely could. Yeah. I mean, the plan here was just to keep it open. There was a note in the Boston planning that, work with design review and try to figure out landscaping a little tighter, but, we're happy to include trees if that's something the board desires.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I mean, it looks like you're just working with the existing kind of asphalt type of driveway. You do have a very wide, 16'3", and so I think what BPD is probably looking at is, are there ways to not, it's cost effective to work with existing, but are there kind of other ways to do that aisle so it doesn't look like it's half of the property? So I do agree with some of the comments from BPD on that.
Yeah, Member Barroso, I understand the comment as well. If you go to the site plan, you have this 8-foot easement that allows the other property at 220 to access the driveway, so it's a shared driveway.
Right.
So
I mean, you make it pervious, which is helpful, but I think you can work with BPD on other kind of landscape strategies to not make that look so, to kind of driveway aisle per se.
Yeah,
to make it look more residential.
Maybe a strip or some sort of landscape strip.
Yeah, we'll leave that to site planning. Great, thank you.
May we have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of 3 abutters meetings facilitated on May 22nd and December 19th of 2024 and March 12th of this year. The first meeting was met with heavy opposition from majority of abutters. A major concern voiced was the size of the project, stating it is too large for the neighborhood. Other concerns voiced were congestion, parking, rodents, and the surrounding foundation. The second and third meeting, abutters are still openly opposed to the project, stating the size of the project for the lot is too large. Environmental concerns such as water runoff, privacy, driveways allowing light into the neighborhood, the neighbors' homes, and the immediate abutter concern for privacy with the building overshadowing her home, with one suggestion to construct the 4 units that is permitted under the zoning code. Next, the proposal was presented to the Roxbury Neighborhood Council, who voted to oppose the proposal. To date, our office has received 15 letters of opposition maintaining the previously mentioned opposed theme. There have also been changes made to the number of units over the course of this community process. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, you want to unmute yourself?
Hi again, Timothy Guimon here from City Councilor Brian Worrell, District 4. We would like to go ahead and acknowledge our support for this project. We want to thank not just all of the constituents for their feedback, but also the willingness of the project team to work with those suggestions. This project has gone from over 20 units down to like you said, 5. They've acknowledged home ownership is a major factor that we're looking for. And they have also, again, been responsive to things like the rear and front setback, as well as green space. So with that, we appreciate everyone's input in this project, but we would like to go ahead and voice our support.
Thank you.
Okay, there's 2 hands raised. So state your name and address for the record. Tamika, you can go first.
Good morning, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Tamika Johnson. I live at 220 Magnolia Street. I am the Director Board of the proposed development of 226 Magnolia Street, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to this project. The project also violates 8 Article 50 zoning regulations, and yet the developer continues to seek relief, including encroachment of my driveway, which is a shared easement that my family has been utilizing in accessibility for many years, and also taking care of the grounds, the foundation, and also making sure that we put salt and everything else when we have our winter months. It's also very impactful because we also have many nearby schools. We also have Roxbury Prep Charter School. There's also the concern with that driveway, the 5 driveways directly towards my home, because not only have I stressed this in many meetings, as I have opposed this with many other neighbors nearby about this large excessive project, they're not actually being transparent and actively listening to the constituents that have to live in the neighborhood and deal with the stress of the project, because the driveways are actually going to be facing directly where I also parked, where that red car he showed you in that based on his plans, is right there where they're supposed to be trying to get in and out, which is, that doesn't even make any sense, logical sense, or even feasible. Also, the current lot is also on the slope. The area is also very small and very too steep and very dense. It's not sustainable for something that's 5-unit building or 5 parking spaces. The buildings that he was showing you, they probably have the space for that, but this lot, I'm gonna tell you based on that picture, it is not that big. It's very constrained and it's very dense, and it's also on the slope. Us nearby, before I finish, nearby residents, yes, it's flooding, foundation damage, environmental damage. As he said before, there's Ceylon Park right there. There's also a consistent concern about it overshadowing my home. I also know that me and my mother, who's also elderly, been living in this house for many years, and it's been causing a lot of frustration and stress of us being even displaced or even forced out, and we don't feel safe with that large parcel close proximity to my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mike Kozu.
Hi, my name is Michael Kozu with Project Right. We've hosted a number of meetings. We should note that the first meeting with this property owner was on July 22nd, 2020. There was strong opposition to that big box proposal that they presented at that time. It was ironic that when they presented their proposals to BRA or BPD at that time, that there's no mention of that work with Project Right and the abutting association. They instead put in Bowdoin Geneva was the association they met with, which is half a mile away, and that group representative told them to go work with Project Right. But that was not part of their BPDA or BRA initial submission for this project that you're now talking about. The zoning board needs to put a strong message to experienced developers that they cannot window shop for community development, for community input. They cannot bypass abutters. By supporting this proposal, you're sending a message to developers, you're sending a message to planning department staff, BPDA and BRA former staff, that it's okay to bypass and to not hold developers accountable to the community process. The major problem with this is that the side way facing of this project is going to impact the abutter that you mentioned about. The water runoff is going to flood into their basement the way they have their project. We still go on record to oppose this project.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
No other raised hands.
Can the applicant briefly address those concerns?
Yeah, I will, thank you. Just with regard to the last comment, I was not the attorney for that BPDA's filing that was referenced. We have met with the Fayetteville Street Resident Associations, Lawrence Ave Group, Intervale, Normandy Group, 3 neighborhood associations of which Mr. Koza was present, as well as the 4 abutter meetings. I believe he was present at all, but certainly most of those meetings. So we have, I'm sorry, there were 5 abutter meetings. So we've met a lot with this community. We know there were some concerns, and so as a result of those concerns, particularly from the abutting property owner, we moved this property 16.3 feet from the property line when only 10 is required. And as I showed you, we set back the 4th floor so that the balcony, the open space, is the mass, that chunk of mass that we removed closest to the abutter at 220 Magnolia. So when you actually add the distance, so it becomes a 30-foot high building at that corner next to the abutter. The additional mass is actually 24.5 feet from the abutter's property line. 24.5 feet from the abutter's property line. The closest we get to the abutter is at 30 feet at 16.3, 30 feet high at 16 distance from the abutter property line. So all of that was done to steer well clear of the abutting property owner, intended to reflect the comments and concerns that were raised.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion of approval with a proviso that the project undergoes BPD design review, paying special attention to 2 issues. One is the site planning in regards to landscaping to make it a little bit more residential friendly. And the second proviso would be for the BPD design reviewers to look at the frontage of the building, mostly the 4th story, so that it works more in context with the neighboring structures. Currently, it's looking like the side of a building.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next. The next 2 cases have been deferred.
Are we asking about 1130s?
That would be a good idea, Madam Chair. Are there, as Madam Chair has mentioned, are there any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11:30 timeframe?
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge. 155 and 155 are Princeton Street.
Is that also with 157 Princeton Street?
That is
or
correct,
just-
yes, compared to cases.
So there's like
So that-
4 cases.
So Attorney Small, that would be for 4 cases, as Madam Chair noted. The first being case BOA 1677881 with the address of 155R Princeton Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1622100, which is also the address of 155R Princeton Street. Next, we have case BOA 1677882 with the address of 157 Princeton Street. Along with those, we also have case BOA 1677886, which also has this address of 157 Princeton Street. Would you go ahead and please explain, Attorney Small?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small, the business just of 51 Dobson Road. We are here today seeking a deferral of this case as the plans have been revised, and the plans examiner at ISD has not had a chance to fully review them yet.
Okay, what are you looking for as far as dates?
I think the second hearing date in June would be sufficient.
Caroline?
Yeah, we could do June 24th or July 8th.
June 24th is fine.
May I have a motion?
Motion to defer until June 24th.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Sorry, yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Have a good day.
Mr. Lins?
Yes.
That will take.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. 81 Lexington Street, please.
So that would be for case BOA 1575584 with the address of 81 Lexington Street. Go ahead, Attorney Lins, and play.
Yes, thank you. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, we're requesting a deferral. Madam Chair, I did, relatively newer to the case here, I did take a look at the notice that's on the agenda published today for the board, and I do note an error in the project description. In the interest of ensuring that we have the most accurate notification, I would ask for a deferral. If I can get the June date, I know that we're probably running tight on that. I'm away on July 8th, and we're hoping to get this back on the agenda as soon as possible.
Thank you. Caroline?
We could do June 24th.
Excellent.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer the case till June 24th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I raise a question regarding the deferrals of these past 2 cases?
Sure.
And maybe Caroline can assist us. What is BPD recommendations is to the public, and some of the recommendations have been kind of denial without prejudice, et cetera. And what is to keep the caseload coming in front of us and projects being deferred because it's been revealed that BPD is providing a recommendation of potentially denial without prejudice. Is this, typically we ask for what are the reasonings for denial, and so most often I typically hear that we have a 5-member board, and so those are adequate reasoning for that. And it seems like Jeff Hampton can maybe respond to that.
I see a hand raised. Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I don't want to step on Caroline's toes, so I don't want to sound out of place, but I think specifically for 81 Lexington, if you look at the project description today, it's to change to a 3-family when they are proposing a 7-family. So I think that's more of a notice legal issue more than anything, and I think that, you know, is really an easy deferral for the board. The other one, 155 and 157 Princeton, this has been deferred a couple of times, like you said, Ms. Baraza, but they've submitted new plans to ISD. So for them to move forward on something that we haven't seen a new rejection letter or new plans on, and to base our recommendation on old plans, I don't think would be prudent. So, you know, we may take a look at that address coming forward in a couple of months. I don't know what ISD's timeline is going to be in terms of turning it around. But, you know, I don't think it would be, you know, wise to proceed on old plans when new plans are sitting on a plans examiner's desk over at 1010.
Right. So I guess I was just looking for context, Jeff, and thank you so much for providing that context. And I just wanted to make the board just to see that, and it's just helpful to get some context if we're seeing a couple of them being deferred. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, and it's also Caroline. So I agree with what Jeff's saying, but also if there's any like future project where you don't see a reason like the following that we just had for a deferral, it's to the board's discretion to grant a deferral or to proceed with the hearing.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other requests for deferrals? Mr. Stenbridge.
So with that, we'll return to the last case scheduled for 11 o'clock, which is case BOA 1691779 with the address of 10 Chandler Street. Well, this is also an Article 80 case. So if the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Lisa, do we have any raised hands for this?
I just promoted one person. Kelly, are you presenting? Or Mark?
Bob Baldwin from the project team is here to present. Bob, are you, can you raise your hand, Bob? He is, okay, great.
He's got his hand raised. And then there's Mark. Does Mark need to be in there too?
I believe only Bob.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm not sure why I can't get my video going.
We're happy to hear you proceed if you'd like. Did Bob disappear?
Here I am. Sorry about that, everybody.
Okay, great.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bob Baldwin, 216 South Under Mountain Road, Sheffield, Mass. I am the owner's representative project manager for the Animal Rescue League of Boston, who is the owner of this property and the proponent. The Animal Rescue League is a 501c3 nonprofit celebrating their 125th year in business here in Massachusetts. 70 of which, by the way, have been at this very site at 10 Chandler Street in the South End. They provide shelter services, adoption, surrender, and animal care to dogs, cats, and other pets at this site, and have been doing so again for about 70 years. The facility itself is currently about a 28,000 square foot building built 70 years ago or 67 years ago. and it's obsolete and for today's animal care standards. The proposed project is to construct a new 31,000 square foot, 3-story state-of-the-art facility on the property facing Tremont Street. The use of the building will be the same, all the same services, and really the same capacity. They are not looking to significantly increase the amount of animals they serve, but to serve them, again, up to today's standards. The first floor will be sort of mostly dogs. The second floor, cats and other small animals with some animal care. And the third floor will be utilized primarily as a veterinary clinic, open to the public. The project will be done in phases because they have to remain in full operation on the site throughout the construction. It'll take about 2 years to finish the entire project, which we hope to start in the month of July. We have gained approval from the Boston Planning Department, the South End Landmarks District Commission, and held meetings with the Ellis Street Neighborhood Association, contacted all of our abutters, and had a public meeting sponsored by the Planning Department. Let's see, last 25 parking spaces in the project, which is the same as the existing facility has, so no more, no less. We have been cited for the groundwater conditional use permit, and we have also been cited for lack of a loading, off-street loading facility, which we believe was cited erroneously, and we sent some information over to ISD. But in any case, be happy to show you where we do have a loading dock. There will be one off of the existing private alley. It's important for us to have one. It is actually an indoor garage. It'll be utilized for animal transport, for supplies, and from time to time to house a mobile veterinary medical clinic. And I think with that, I will open it up to questions. I do have with me Kelly Frey, who is our legal counsel.
Questions from the board?
The accessibility commission sort of noted that it wasn't clear there was an accessible route from the designated parking space to the front door.
We have 2 parking areas, one off of Chandler Street and one off of Tremont Street. And we do have accessible pathways coming from both of those parking spaces. So I'm not quite sure to which you reference.
Okay, that was their note. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May we have public testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 10 Chandler Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community was conducted for this proposal by the Planning Department in December of 2024 and approved by the South End Landmarks Commission in January of this year. Additionally, the proposal was discussed with the local civic association, Ellis South End Neighborhood Association, and we are aware of the civic association's support on this matter. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairs and members of the board. Well, good afternoon at this point. I will read the letter of support that Councilor Flynn provided for this proposal. Madam Chair and members of the board, I write in support of the Animal Rescue League of Boston, ARL, plan redevelopment of its facility at 10 Chandler Street in the South End. ARL proposes to replace their current facility and construct a new 30,000 square foot, 3-story building providing state-of-the-art animal care in a thoroughly designed facility. All programs and capacity will be maintained, but the new project will improve their operations and standards for pets and their families in our community. ARL is a strong and valued member of our community, serving neighbors and their pets for 58 years at this location. They are committed to helping animals in need, providing them a place to stay, and giving them new opportunities to live happily and safely in homes. In 2023, R took in over 2,000 animals and helped over 1,300 to be adopted. They continue to provide quality care for animals and remain a reliable outlet for families and residents. R is an established part of the City of Boston and the South End community. I fully support R3 development and ask the Planning Department to advance this project. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us at 617-635-3203 or our email at ed.flynn@boston.gov. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christian?
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G-card letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
And then we have Mark. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Yeager, 3 Appleton Street, Suite 305, Boston, Mass. 02116.
Are you here to speak in support or opposition?
Opposition.
I'm sorry?
Opposition?
Okay, if you want to briefly let us know why.
Sure. You know, if anyone is an abutter to the Animal Rescue League, it's me. I am in the back of the building that addresses 3 Appleton. My view is the alley and then the Animal Rescue League. I have a very nice apartment, beautiful views, 8 windows, 6 of them overlook the building. And so I'm sorry to come now for this, but this is the first I've heard about it. Apparently there were hearings back in the fall. Sorry, I missed that. But when adding the 3rd floor, as far as the impact that will have in the community, I may be the only one who really, my property loses value because I lose a view. And I'm not happy about that.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
There's no other hands.
Any other comments from the applicant?
Yes, I'm counsel for the applicant, Kelly Frey. I'm just responding to the public comments in opposition, just reminding the board that this citation was for a loading dock, not due to building height, proximity to abutters, or any of those concerns. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Not really, but I just wanted to just give some clarity to what Jean had brought up in regards to Sarah Tilton's remarks about accessibility. It's more for the applicant. What is just noted is that whenever you have an accessible parking space, it's not very clear whether there's a ramp into the pedestrian sidewalk. So that was really kind of the concern, and I gather that these are schematic drawings at this point, but it was just the intention that there would be no obstructions coming from the parking lot to either the main entrance or the rear entrance of the building. But I'm sure that could be resolved in the development of the project, so thank you.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah. With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Moving on to the rediscussion cases scheduled for 11:30. Excuse me. We'll begin with case BOA 1564330 with the address of 296 Summit Avenue. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
All right, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge, and good morning again, or good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, the business address at 245 Summer Street, East Boston, here on behalf of the petitioner, David Yoshi. This is a quick slide overview. We're going to jump down. It's probably better to look at the street view. If we can go to maybe slide 7, we can always look back at these for reference. So Mr. Yoshi owns the property at Here we go. So good one to start with. Left-hand side is 296 Summit. The property immediately adjacent to the right is also owned by Mr. Yushi. That's where he resides. This proposal would change, or request to change the legal occupancy from the pre-existing 3-unit building to 4 units, with the 4th unit being located in the lowest level of the building. There is no proposal to expand the building footprint or the height of the existing building. All the work that we are proposing is being done internally. If we want to jump down to maybe the site plan, page 12, Madam Ambassador, that would probably help put in context some of the specific issues that we're looking at here today. This is originally proposed to have 6 parking spaces. We actually were showing parking spaces in a different orientation during the community process. We went and made a bit of a revision to locate the parking space across the back. We have read the planning department's recommendation, and my understanding is that while there's no particular objection to the change of occupancy to add just 1 additional unit, they did have an issue with the number of parking spaces we're proposing. So we are prepared to reduce the parking to 4. We believe if the board is inclined to grant the relief that we are requesting here today, that we can certainly address that within the design review process. One of the other things I will point out is that although not required, this particular project will include on-site stormwater management, as well as some sustainability with respect to the permeable conditions on the site, and something that has already been approved by the Boston Water and Sewer Commission to include the Cultec system on site. One of the things that we also would be able to do by modifying the parking and reducing it down to 4 spaces is that we actually eliminate a number of the violations that were cited by ISD, and specifically the limitation of parking area that requires a 5-foot side buffer. Our proposed, when we were talking about accessory parking for the site, if we had excess parking, we would not necessarily be allowed to have more parking than was particularly required. So we've, again, adjusted this to address not only the concerns of planning, but the parking, maximum parking requirements that will be allowed on site. Lastly, the parking maneuverability areas would be improved based upon the reduction in the parking to allow for only 4 parking spaces. We would be increasing usable open space. As I mentioned, we already are incorporating permeability measures on site for the proposed change. We were also cited for a few other items that I will point out to the board. One of the other items that dealt with the insufficient rear yard setback. We're not expanding the existing building. It's all staying within pretty much the same footprint. We do have a new stairwell in the rear, but it's within the existing setback, so we're not necessarily increasing any non-conforming with the rear yard. There was another violation that was cited by ISD, and we're somewhat confused by it. We've asked them to review that. However, since we're before the board and asking for relief for a few items, we figure we address this as well. The number of allowed habitable stories has been exceeded, but there is no expansion of the existing height, and our proposed renovation doesn't change the percentage of the actual first story. So by incorporating habitable living space into the basement, that doesn't create a new story. Habitability, and I've been through this with the board of interpretation of other matters, the habitability or use of a level doesn't change whether or not it becomes a quote-unquote story. The definition of story, or at least first story in the Boston zoning code, deals with the amount of area that is above grade. And in this case, anything above 65% above grade would then be considered a story. Generally, that's not triggered unless you're adding something to the top of the building. The pre-existing conditions of the building would maintain whatever number of stories it is. So we don't believe that is a violation that would be appropriate, but since we were excited, we're going to ask the board to even interpret grant relief. We do have 2 areas that relief is required. The first is use. Article 51, Section 8, it says that the proposed main use is forbidden. Because we would change occupancy to a 4-unit building, that is something that would not be permitted in the zoning district. However, I would point out that this certainly meets all of the other criteria requirements. For example, if this were ADU, this would be an allowable use anyhow. So we do believe it meets with the purpose, intent, and spirit of the code, even though not specifically qualifying under ADU requirements. In addition, the FAR dimensional regulations were cited for being excessive. The non-conforming condition that already exists is a 0.81. Our proposal would increase this to a 0.98, and therefore we would be increasing the FAR because that space is actually being added to the pre-existing space that's already there. So we do require relief from that. If we could jump to the next slide, I'll move quickly through just a couple of other slides so the board can understand what the proposal involves. We do show our, I believe this is our existing conditions. If we jump down, I think further, there's a better view of the proposed conditions at the lowest level. I'm going to jump back a bit. One more slide. There we go. So this is a layout that we are showing. All of the requirements under the building code, including egress and egress windows, can be complied with. We're not anticipating being cited for any building code relief for this. We do have the appropriate egress as well as the window wells that have already been authorized and incorporated. There is an existing permit to modify the space. Obviously, we can't complete it until a change of occupancy has been approved by the board that would allow that to move forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. No work being proposed there above. Yeah. So included here is just some of the photos of the lowest level. And again, that we did have a permit to allow for the framing and the additional window wells, just so the board can understand the layout and how this looks. Next slide, please. Showing the window, and again, these are conforming with the building code requirements for appropriate egress windows. Next slide. And next slide. Just showing the incorporation of where those window wells will be located. That was a concern that was raised during the community process, and we did indicate to the community that these were approved and appropriate and fit within the requirements of the building code. I'll pause there and answer any questions of the board with respect to the relief that we're asking for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Can you mention the ceiling height in the basement?
7.5 minimum.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
You mean 7'6"
I'm sorry, 7.5 feet, yes. 7.5 feet, yes, 7.6.
Thank you. With that, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on March 13th of 2024, at which no comments were made. The Brighton Alston Improvement Association is in opposition to this application due to quality of life and life safety concerns with the basement unit. With that background, we defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a proposal of approval with a proviso that the parking be reduced by 2 so that you allow for more open space and improved maneuverability.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Bernardo?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Can we take a 15-minute break? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Let's do roll call. Mr. Stenbridge?
Present, Madam Chair.
Mr. Valencia?
Present, Madam Chair.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Present.
Ms. Turner?
Present, Madam Chair.
Mr. Collins?
Present.
Ms. Panado?
Present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Floor is yours, Mr. Stenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Returning to the rediscussion cases scheduled for 11:30 a.m. We'll begin with case B, 2 companion cases. Case BOA 1630352 with the address of 77 Bailey Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1632750 with the address of 79 Bailey Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Shabna Marsmasami of Sahir Law Group, address of 40 Salem Street, Linfield, Mass. 01940. I represent the applicant, 77 Bailey Street, LLC. Joining me today is the owner, Patrick Tarjak, and architect, the project architect is Jennifer Ha. We are proposing to raise the existing multifamily structure at 77-79 Bailey Street, Dorchester, which currently sits on 2 parcels, and erect 2 3-story multifamily building with 6 units. So it's actually 3 stories, not the 3.5 that's mentioned. And it will be a total of 12 home ownership units. I also want to note that this is a transit-oriented development, as we're a 2-minute walk from Ashmont Station. Before I introduce our architect to run through the presentation, I want to add that this is our 3rd reiteration of the plans, which is why it was previously deferred 2 other times, based on the feedback we received from the community. The changes include removing the positioning of the front balconies. We changed the front building outline. We removed the penthouse. We added rear balconies, and we removed the roof deck. As you will see, this these buildings, they fit well with the existing homes in the neighborhood, and it is an appropriate use of the lot, and it will not adversely affect the community or create any detriment for abutting residents. Now, I would like to introduce you to Jennifer, who will discuss the specific violations and run through the plans.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Howe, Principal Architect at Hugh Architecture, located in Dorchester. I will be presenting the proposed design for a project at 79 Bailey Street. On this first page, you can see a locus map of the site showing that the project is a 2-minute walk from Ashmont Red Line Station. Can you go to the next page, please? The lot currently hosts an existing 3-family dwelling with a rear garage. The existing structures will be demolished to host the 2 new 6-unit dwellings. The lot is in a 2F5000 zone. The direct abutters left and right of the lot are 3 families. The homes across from the lot are triple deckers, and immediately abutting behind the building is a 64-unit multifamily building. Next slide, please. This is the image of the existing 3-family as it currently sits on the lot. And then next slide, please. This is the beginning of Bailey Street, taking a picture from the subway stop. And you can see the mouth of the street is the triple deckers that runs along the lot, the lines of the street, the front lines of the street. And you can go, the yellow house behind the pink house is the site. Next slide, please. Here's a picture from the yellow house on the right. The 2-story building is the existing house, and then in front of us is Ashmont T Station. And then you can see the neighboring buildings around us. Next, you can see the garage behind the yellow building as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the pink house is the direct abutter, and you can see how our building sits right next to the building, just to show some existing context. And next slide, please. So 77 Bailey Street lot is a trapezoid-shaped lot. It's 9,197 square feet, measuring 94 feet by 105 feet. The proposal is for 12 dwelling units divided between 2 buildings with 6 rear on-grade parking spaces. You can see that in this plot plan that the proposed 2 buildings are overlaid over the existing structure. So you can see that very faintly in the back, and there's a garage on the back of the building as well. Please see the next slide. The 2 buildings are identical, and they will have a driveway between them that leads to the parking in the rear. The buildings will be 3 stories and will match the style and height of the neighbor at 87 Bailey. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. This is the colored site plan. We are proposing landscaping and plantings in the front and the side of the building. We also designed private balconies in the rear and the front of the building to provide more open space for the residents. The total unit makeup is 2 3-bedroom units, 8 2-bedroom units, and 2 1-bedroom units. Next page, please. The refusal letter lists the violations being off-street parking requirements, parking size maneuverability, 2 or more buildings on the same lot, conformity with the existing building alignment, the use regulation of multifamily dwelling being forbidden, the lot area insufficient, lot width insufficient, lot frontage insufficient, FAR excessive, building height excessive in terms of stories or in a 2.5 story zone, site yard insufficient. Next slide, please. Yes, that was the next. Yes, that would be great. Thank you. The basement, we will host a small basement for the mechanical and sprinkler room. On the first floor will be a 3-bedroom unit on the left side, and the right side is a 1-bedroom unit. Know that the building plans will be identical, so this is just for 1 building plan, and then you can imagine the other one being the same. On the second floor, you can see there's 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms on either side of the building. And then you can go to the next slide as well. Thank you. On the third floor is also 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms per unit. There is front balcony and a rear balcony for the units. And then the roof will just hold mechanical space. There's no other use in the roof. The 3-bedroom unit size average around 1,074 square feet. The 2-bedroom size is 820 square feet, and the 1-bedroom is 566 square feet. Next slide, please. You can see the elevations of the project. We are a 2-tone hardy plank material design, and you can see that we have, if you go to the next slide, we have matched the bay design to our neighbor, and we have also referenced the front decks to our neighbor as well. The next slide, please. This is a visual of how the buildings would look on the site. You can see it matches the rhythm of the streetscape and also the density and scale of the neighborhood. You can go to the next slide, please. We wanted to also match the cornice details and basically the height of the cornice and other kind of like bay details from the neighbor. Next slide, please. This is just a short diagram showing the design changes that we have made in response to the neighborhood feedback. So the original design, we actually had it more triple-decker style. It's more boxy, which was the neighborhood didn't really like that. They wanted something where it's more octagonal, similar to the neighbor. So in the second revision, you can see that we had changed that so that it actually does match with the neighbor much better. So that was very good feedback. And we limited the decks so that they're not so basically prominent in the facade. We also had feedback to remove the penthouse as well as the roof decks. So that has been removed in this last iteration. And I think that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, because you have more than 10 units, you are required to provide some affordable, some IDP units. How many are you providing?
We are going to provide the required amount, so I believe it's 2 units, but most likely it's going to be all affordable, but definitely the required amount.
All affordable, all the units affordable?
Most likely, most likely it's going to be all affordable, but definitely at least 2 to 3 units.
These two. So you don't have you still don't know if the whole building is going to be affordable or not?
You said the entire?
Yes.
He's confirming your kind of comment about whether or not all of them will be affordable.
So it's not 100% sure that they're all going to be affordable at this time, but definitely at least 3 units, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Maybe public testimony?
Actually, I would love
Sorry?
some feedback
Yes.
from BPD, if Jeff Hampton's still on, where, they're recommending that it would be desirable if it was made into one building versus 2 buildings, and I'm not necessarily understanding the logic behind that. And so it would be nice if we heard from BPD what was motivating that comment.
No, I can't answer that. I wasn't the one who wrote the recommendation, and I wasn't aware of that, so
Okay,
I can't comment on that.
okay, great. Thanks, Jeff.
I think there were questions about whether they were eliminating the existing curb cut or there were going to be 1 curb cut or 2, but it looks like in the plans there's only 1 curb cut and the other one will be closed. Is that correct?
That is correct. Let's take public testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services regarding 77 to 79 Bailey Street. Our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting on 10/29/24, which was attended by about 5 constituents. The primary feedback from this meeting was support for the affordable housing in the proposal and concerns about construction, noise, and trash. Additionally, the proposal was also reviewed with the Ashmont Valley Neighborhood Association, which convened on 12/10/24. The association has noted some compromises were made, including the removal of front decks, roof decks, and diversifying the bedroom makeup of the unit to include 3-bedroom units as well. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's decision on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councilor Royal's office.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Timothy Guimon from Councilor Brian Worrell's office. Just want to share our support for this project and would like to highlight again the community process in which the builders have been very responsive with making changes to better fit constituent concerns. So we appreciate the input from all members, and with that, we'd be happy to support.
And there's no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a proposal, a motion of approval with a proviso that the project includes the minimum that's required, which is 2 for the project, and that they enter into an agreement with Mayor of Housing.
So just to confirm, a minimum of 2 affordable units, IDP units.
Correct, that's the requirement. That's the only proviso that I would have on the project.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Chair.
Next, we have 2 additional companion cases. The first case is BOA 1658677 with the address of 55 to 57 River Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1658685 which also has the address of 5557 River Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joseph Feaster from the law firm of Dane Torpy, 175 Federal Street, Boston. A few things before I have the architect Mark Schreier walk through the plans with the board. I just wanted to clarify. In the notice, there have been several, well, first and foremost, there have been several changes, and as you will hear from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, that there have been several meetings with the abutters and with the neighborhood association from whom we do have the support. There has been a reduction in the number of units from 14 to 10. There's been a reduction in the number of parking spaces. You will see that there's been added green space to this. So the community has been totally engaged in this particular project, and my client has adjusted the project to those concerns that were raised by the neighborhood association and the abutters. So with that, I just want to give you that overview of some changes that in the notice, and I'll ask for Mark Schreier to walk you through the project. The applicants are Mark and Cynthia Edwards. They are on, but they will not comment unless the board has a direct question to them, Madam Chair. So Mark, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Joseph. Good morning, Madam Chair and board. We've done a lot of changes to the projects, as Joseph has referenced. We've bumped up the landscape.
Mark, you may want to speak up because you're a little bit low, at least on my end.
He is.
Okay. Is that better?
Not really.
No.
Okay, let me see.
I think you just need to get closer to the mic.
You have to get closer to your mic.
All right, is that any better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so we've increased the square footage of the landscape area to 2,670 square feet. As Joseph mentioned, we've gone from 14 parking spaces down to 10. We've also included a bike rack area within the garage itself. So essentially what we've done is we've put the new addition directly behind the existing building in front. It's more of a historic property that we're going to retain and add some dormers to that we'll see later in the presentation. And we've now reduced it down to one residential lobby and one stair, given the fact that we only have 4 units in the back addition per floor. So that being said, we can go to the next slide. So this again is the site plan referencing the new building addition area, which we have an addition of 4,275 square feet. And we're taking down a small one-story portion in back of the existing structure that accounts for the differential between 4,420 square feet, which is the current garage size, or the proposed garage size. We've increased the setback from 7.8 to 9 feet on the right side of the property, and we've increased the setback on the left side from, on the previous set we had roughly 10 feet, 9.5, 10 feet, to 24 plus feet, which represents a large portion of the landscaping area. Next page, please. These are the existing plans for the front unit. So we can see kind of on the left side, you can see the area in back of the existing structure that we're demolishing, which is basically the roof area. Next page, please. And so that these are the proposed plans for the front building. Again, on the upper left, you can see that we're adding a dormer onto those third floor areas for that unit. Other than that, everything pretty much remains the same. Next page, please. This is the first floor of residences, which would be at the second level, as the parking garage is below this. So on the upper right side, you can see the egress stair / lobby that we have going down. We have 1-bedroom units on each floor that are 758 square feet. We then have 2 2-bedroom units, which are 727 square feet, 970 square feet. And we added the fourth unit on this floor, which is in back. We increased it to a 3-bedroom unit, which is 1,340 square feet. And the red represents the change that we made, reducing the 2 units per floor in the back. So you can see we reduced by 1,630 square feet per floor. Next page, please. And this is basically stacking of the units. So this would be the 3rd floor, which is a replication of the 2nd floor. Next page, please. This is the simple roof plan showing we have a flat roof so that we don't really want to distract or try to mimic the historic colonial in the front. And you can see the red area again is the reduction in roof area that we previously had on a previous submission. Next page, please. These are the elevations. So the lower right is the existing. The lower left is the new front elevation. So basically you can see that we've got 3 new dormers added across. We have our residential entry on the right side of the building, and on the left side you can see where we've reduced the proposed building addition by 21 feet. Upper right is the existing rear elevation, and the upper left is the proposed rear elevation. And to satisfy the building code, what we're doing is proposing louvers, which will give us a non-ventilated open-air garage of 50% or more square feet of opening, or there's more than 50% opening, sorry. Next page, please. And these are the remaining elevations. So this would be the left elevation showing the new garage entry door, again, louvers on the 1st level, and then the 2 floors of residential above. Next page, please. And this would be the right side elevation, again showing the louvers at the 1st level. And there's a property drive which we'll see, and a fence along this elevation. So there isn't very much view angle between the corner building and our structure. So you're not really going to see much of this elevation. Next page, please. So these are the proposed perspectives of our building. The upper left is the new right front street view, and the upper right is the new left rear view, which again, there's very little property area to actually walk between the fence and our property. So, you know, that view is really for reference only, and it's never going to be a perspective of the building that will be seen. The lower left is, you can see we've added some trees, a little bit of shrubbery, and just left the remaining area open for, you know, resident area, picnic table, planting, just a softscape area. In the lower right is, you can see the existing building at the front with the 3 dormers added, and then we've aligned the addition to that face of the existing building. You can see the parking aisle, or the driveway to get to the parking garage, and then the new entry to the garage has likewise a sidewalk to access the door. Next page, please. So that's basically the presentation. I'll pause for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes. What's the reasoning of preserving the front of the property?
So it's more of a historic structure in the neighborhood, and there was a lot of resistance as far as you know, demolishing that and creating something new, which has happened a lot on the streetscape, you know, across the way and around the area. You know, people are demolishing the front buildings, which have a historic presence. So we tried to preserve that look and feel of the small character.
But it's not a historic designated building.
It's not designated.
I mean, it looks pretty, you know, pretty contemporary in terms of its building in terms of the construction. So it's mostly that neighbors just, it's been in the neighborhood for a while, so there's an attachment to that building.
That would be accurate, Ms. Benabaz. That would be the case through the whole community process. The preservation of that front building was something which they felt very, very strongly about, and we felt from the standpoint of a project design that we could acquiesce to that and not only preserve a property that fits into the character of the neighborhood that you will see from some adjoining buildings, but would also satisfy the neighborhood, the abutters, and the association.
Okay, I mean, the only reason I bring this up is because in all the renderings, it feels like it does not fit. Like there's just two different characters on the proposed lot. So I just wanted to understand what motivated just kind of the, why not build new completely rather than masquerading or camouflaging something that, or, two different systems, two different kinds of interior layout, just for efficiency's purpose. Okay, I don't have any, I would love to hear from the mayor's office, like just what that community feedback was. Thank you. I don't have further questions.
Any other questions from the board?
Can you speak to affordability?
Well, as you know, there's only going to be 10 units here. I have had discussions with my client and with the community on that. That is, first and foremost, my clients did decide in conversation with the community, and again, something which was raised by the Abutters and Neighbors Association in looking at the ownership aspects of it. So originally they were talking about rental units, made the change to condominiums. As far as the affordability issue, my client might have that conversation with the neighbor. They are prepared to commit to that at this particular point in time. That wasn't something that was made a demand. It doesn't come under under any of the requirements, but that would be something that they may take under consideration as we go forward.
I have one other question, if no one else has. I want to make sure the board members.
Just to follow up about the affordability, I think the IDP is a requirement, it's not a conversation, right? You are obligated to provide 13% of the units as affordable?
No. Ms. Valencia, we're already talking about, we're talking about 10 units here. And we're talking about creating, because there's two present units, and there are 8 that are being proposed. So are you saying that falls within the IDP?
10 units or more, if I'm not.
Well, when was this proposal first brought forth? So as you know, there was an inclusionary IDP update last fall for 7 units or more. So was this predating that?
Yes. But in terms, like I said, if that's something which which is being presented by the board now, and would certainly, then I would say I will take attorney privilege here and say that my clients will abide by what the IDP requires.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benabaz?
Yeah, I mean, there's, in regards to setbacks, for the rear setback, you're required 20 feet. And I don't understand the justification of going only 4'1". You could build on the property, but I'm not understanding why you're coming in front of us to build more, but to provide less setback or open space. The other issue I'm having is the maximum building area is 25%, but your proposal is 52%. It seems to me it's almost occupying majority of the site. So I guess why are you requesting a variance? Why is there a special condition that we should give you What is the case for that relief?
Mark, can you respond to it, that in the design discussion that we had, because we did make modifications with regards to that. So can you elaborate on the modifications as far as the lot, use of the lot?
Sure. So there's an existing garage that's being demolished, which is outside of the footprint of this. But there's really, as far as the open space, we felt that it was better positioned to have the open space next to the addition than try to locate that in the rear, as well as trying to maintain one parking space per unit is really the driving factor that kind of gave us that depth that we were required to have. There was no other way to create enough parking to have a one per unit without going toward the back property line.
And what was mentioned in the opening of the presentation, Ms. Barraza, was certain things that were taken into account with this conversation. As you know, the community process oftentimes does influence what is ultimately built, but the building was reduced by 1,630 square feet per floor. The building was reduced because we changed the entry door for the garage by 21, its width by 21 feet. So we tried to address some of that, and I can just say to you that with regards to the residents that were, or the owners behind the property, there was no objection that was made, and as I pointed out, through an extensive abutter process and the neighborhood association process, who neighborhood association has supported as well as the abutters, that all of that was considered, and they felt satisfied that those dimensions that we were seeking, the variances that we were seeking here, would be appropriate for a project that would fit nicely within the neighborhood.
Thank you. Let's open it up to public testimony.
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Mattapan Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of 2 abutters meetings first facilitated on October 24th, which was not well received by abutters and neighbors. Abutters voiced concerns regarding the size of the proposal, with many feeling the proposal is too large for the neighborhood and will increase issues the neighborhood already faces, such as increased traffic congestion, parking, and a concern for the water and excess drainage. The second meeting facilitated on April 9th, where abutters again voiced concerns regarding the size of the project. Although abutters were appreciative of the first reduction from 14 to 10 units, abutters did suggest another reduction down to 6 units. Other concerns were trash and encroachment on property lines. Next, a proposal was presented to River Street Civic Association on April 10th, and to date, our office has received 7 letters of opposition and 2 letters of support. 1 letter of proposed support from the Civic Street Civic Association following addressing inquiries. Those questions were, would the project be totaling 2 buildings or 1 building connected to the original 2-family structure? And will the development consist of the 2 original family units with an additional 8 units, or the 2 original family units plus 10 units? Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Worrell.
Hi, Timothy Iman here on behalf of City Councilor Brian Worrell, 317 Belgrade Ave, Roslindale. Don't think I've said my address yet. The councilor would like to go on record of supporting this project. He wants to thank Attorney Feaster and not only the entire project team, but also the robust community engagement process that has happened with this. We have confirmed with the River Street Association that they are in approval, and with that, we would like to share our support.
Gary, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Gary Tondorf, I'm a butter at 17 Temple Street, 2 houses away. I did want to say that the summary of the abutters meetings and the Civic Association meetings was accurate as earlier stated. There were a number of comments at the abutters meetings and the Civic Association meeting about the size of the project. People felt that the big box aspect of the back building was really very much oversized for the site. And our concerns were, this project is located in the historic section of Mattapan Lower Mills, in which housing was built for the people who worked in the Baker Chocolate Factory. Most of the houses in the neighborhood are historic. This house is a early 18th century, very historic building. It's in the proposed Lower Mills West document that was written by the Boston Redevelopment Authority a while back, proposing that this neighborhood be a local historic district. So although some of the River Street buildings on the other side of the street are more big box, this is still a residential neighborhood. It's zoned 2F6000. Our concern is that the proximity of the garage and the big box building 3 feet from the north lot line would effectively shade the yards, the rear yards of the 2.5-story 3 and 4 family buildings that abut this building. We were trying to propose an alternative approach where perhaps they could look at a row house kind of a development, 2.5-story sloped roofs with dormers, similar to the shape of the historic house in front, but put it on as an L in the back, so that then the yard would not, the buildings would not shade the adjacent yards. And although all of us in the neighborhood are very supportive of the Edwards Group's initiative in terms of the work in Lower Mills, they're doing some good work on renovating a historic house or two in the neighborhood. Our concern is that the context of this is just too big. We were proposing that perhaps you could have 2 units in the front and 6 in the back, and do three townhouse type units in the back and put the parking underneath the townhouse units. One of the concerns that the abutters have is that the structure of the garage, being a podium building, a concrete deck, 10 feet clear, elevates in the height of the building in terms of the 2 floors above, but also creates a shape that's really more kind of commercial, more urban, not really in context with this neighborhood. We had hoped that they'd consider an alternative proposal where they could shape the building and plan where they could get the kinds of units. Yeah, sure. So I just wanted to say that we wanted to confirm that the current proposal is 10 units, not 14 as advertised in the public hearing advertising notice. And then secondly, just wanted to go on record that we really like the project to be smaller and aren't satisfied with the current size of it and the current impact, loss of shading and what have you. And
Thank
the
you.
neighbors, great, thank you.
There's no other hands raised.
Mr. Feaster, can you address these comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are all comments that were heard by some of the abutters, and certainly Mr. Thorndorf Dick raised those during the community meetings that we did have. We certainly had conversations with my client thereafter, but as I've mentioned, while there will always be differences of opinions with regards to what might be the appropriate project, it's just like Ms. Better Barraza had mentioned, a question about why we would retain the front building as it is. You just heard from Mr. Tonnerdorf Dick that they like the idea of that historic project, not necessarily like the rear building. We built this project because we want to be consistent with what the city's objectives are, and that is to increase more housing. They want more housing which will provide for home ownership, which my clients chose to change to, and as I committed at this hearing, that they will address the affordability and compliance with the IDP. So while I know that there may not be uniform support in every aspect of this project in terms of design, there were those who wanted parking, and even I had discussions with my client because I know the BPDA is not necessarily, or this board, obligating projects to have one-to-one parking, but this was something that was felt very strongly in the neighborhood, and we wanted to be consistent with it because that is on a major traveled street such as River Street. We wanted to not affect the parking, and so therefore we built the project this way. In order to address that, we had to have this box shape, if you will, for the addition on the back. So the only way I can address this, Madam Chair, is to say that my client throughout the community process wanted to be responsive to some of the community needs. We believe that we've addressed it here, and I just hope that the board will grant the variances that have been sought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm going to put a motion forward, and that motion is going to be a motion of denial without prejudice. The reason is I think I've stated that the lot coverage seems excessive. The density seems excessive for the lot. The owner can use appropriate use of the property, I believe with lesser units. 6 seems more doable. I would also kind of recommend that the applicant works more with typology versus, let's say, trying to historically preserve just the front. I think looking at the adjacent property of the townhouses where there's multiple, but they're building off on a typology that kind of works with the neighborhood character is better. I just find that the project needs to go back to the drawing board to not make these two buildings be in contrary, but to be more in complementary with one another. So looking more at the typology. That's the reason I'm putting forward the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stumbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
No.
Ms. Betteraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes no, the motion carries.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to case BOA 1591933 with the address of 36 Akron. With that, Madam Chair, I will let you know that I'm recusing myself from this case.
Thank you.
So with that, if the applicants and or their representative are present, will they please explain for the board?
So just due to the recusal, we are a 6-member board.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am aware that is occurring here. I'm a little bit uncertain how I want to proceed, but I think I'm going to forge ahead. Joseph Feaster, the attorney with the law firm of Dane Torpy, 175 Federal Street, Boston, representing the applicant, Anthony Frugate. And after a brief presentation, I will turn it over to the architect, either Andrew Melton or Carlos Ferre, to walk the board through the plans. This has been a case that has, again, I wanted, as I stated with the matter that just was concluded, I wanted to raise with the board that in terms of the notification as to the changes that have been made in the project are not reflected in the notices that was presented, but nonetheless, we can proceed forward when we give the presentation. This is a project that has been deferred several times, dating back to, a Board of Appeals hearing back in October of 2024. Throughout this process, there has been an extensive community process that my client has undertaken, And as a result of that, has decided and present to the board today a project which has nine units, 9 residential units. They will be condominiums. They will have one affordable unit, and will proceed forward with the project. They have looked at in terms of design, the character, the fitting into the neighborhood. All of that has been discussed and explored. And as we know, we have submitted over 40-something letters of support, some from persons within the neighborhood of Roxbury, but also from many of the abutters. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Melton if he will present the project to the board.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. If we could go back to the refusal letter to start, please. So as Joseph mentioned, we've deferred this quite a few times and had quite a few refusal letters. There were initially, if you can blow that up a little bit, there were initially 10 different variances that were required. The most recent one, which is this one here, there's 9. One being that was removed was the traffic visibility across the corner. So that one was resolved by ISD inspector. The second one had to do with parking. Originally we had 6, in the first rendition we had 6 garage parking, then we had 7 garage parking, now we have 9 garage parking, so 9 units and 9 garage parking. So the issue that ISD had and the variance was... Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we had 18 feet for the length of the car, and we've changed that. You don't have the documentation, but we can easily make it 20 feet. Each car, at least 50% of the 9 spots, or 5 of the 9 will be 20 feet in length. So that variance will not be a variance needed any longer. The rest are in fact variances, FAR, open space per unit, etc. So if we can now go to the page 3 of 4, the first page of the architectural presentation. The first one, one back, keep going. Yeah, okay, there. So this is just the cover page, and this is the most recent design, and I'd like Carlos Ferre to discuss the sequence of design for the last year and a half.
Yes, good afternoon all, and thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Andrew. As Andrew had mentioned, we had started this. If you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. We had started this, and we looked at a contemporary design based on sustainability, and also based very much on passive and active solar gain. Materials we were thinking about were, as mentioned, sustainable, but also we were trying to design a unit that would take great advantage, if you will, of the site, viewing to the Back Bay into the downtown of Boston. After community meetings, we looked at how to reduce the project, and the next slide, please, will show the same idea of the contemporary design, now reduced to 4 stories and 9 units. So that's a 20% wholesale change from the prior. We also have, we're now introducing an affordable unit. At the time, we were looking at how to create 7 secure parking spots, and and a building height of 38 feet from Akron Street. Next slide, please. Next slide, yes. So after, again, more community meetings, we looked at same design, but looked at how to have it fit more characteristically with some aspects of the neighborhood, mostly mansard roofs and the use of brick. Next slide, please. So next two slides. It's some of the same. Finally, what we've done is we looked at the project, looked at how to increase the parking, maintain the 4 stories, the 9 units, 1 affordable, and we increased the parking down below, and in so doing, made this project easier, again, for parking and accessibility. Next slide, please. In all cases, we were looking at a project also that has an open space ratio that's similar to its adjacent properties. So we felt that important to maintain that, even though, as Andrew had mentioned, we're going to need some relief on the setbacks, mostly on the side. Next slide, please. That's the existing condition. Next slide. Is proposed with the setbacks. Next slide is going to show really the location and existing building in the corner. Next slide, please. Okay, and that's the existing condition now. Next slide, please. Okay, upon really reviewing and looking at the neighborhood, we saw that within 500 feet of our site, that there are 6 buildings that have greater, if not equal, density to our proposal. That all these corner buildings all either were 4 or 5 stories and had FAR of 2.5 to 1.87. Okay, and the next series of slides are basically going through those 6 buildings of within 500 feet. So the next slide, please. 16 Akron, 4 stories, as you can see, and FAR of 1.5. Next slide. 36 Regent Street, 6 units. That's under renovation now, but our understanding is that that stays. FAR is 2.66. Next slide. Is 42, 44 Regent, again, 4 stories, a density of 3.23, or FAR. Alpine Street next, that has a density of 1.8, 14 units, and yeah, next slide, please. 25 Fountain Place has more land, so more units as well, but more land, so the density is FAR is 1.32. Next slide is the last of the 6 is 125 Warren Street. Again, that's absolutely equal to what we're trying to create, which is a density of 1.89, and that has 28 plus units. Okay, and our proposal, next slide, please. 4 stories, 9 units, and FAR of 1.89. Next slide, please. That's just a site plan, how it sits. I want to note that part of the hardship on this site is the fact that there's a 14-foot grade from east to west. That's pretty significant for a tight site. The site is also has an odd configuration, so something that we needed to work with to accommodate this, and therefore need the variances on the setbacks. Next slide, please. The 9 parking units down below, we can make the adjustment of creating 20-foot parking stalls, so that should not really be an issue. That's an adjustment that's very doable on our part. Next slide, please. The next series of slides are just the plans and the elevations. So if we can just go to the elevations, these are how the units lay out. And go ahead, next slide. Next slide. Again, elevations. Next slide. Next slide. And next slides. Okay, there. That's now the corner that's being proposed. The wholesale change on the design is that we are trying to fit more in the character of the neighborhood by the use of gable ends, and dormers, shed dormers, as well as the use now of clapboard siding and the windows and fenestration would be mostly single hung, and again in character with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And a view of how the project would look from looking down on Akron Street. We're at that corner next to the trees that you see. And next slide, please. The view looking up from Regent Street. So it's showing 21 and 23 Regent next to us. Next slide, please. And again, a study of the massing and the use of clapboards and batten board siding. And Andrew, is there anything that you want to speak to on the hardship issues?
Sorry, I think you addressed it, Carlos. If we go to the next slide, basically the configuration of the site, it's very irregular. The site topography, there's quite a drop from the corner of Akron Street to down Regent Street. There is a retaining wall that we will need to basically rebuild and underpin and brace in order to prevent that from collapsing. That basically extends throughout the greater part of the back of our property. So I think those are some of the hardships that we have to deal with, as well as ledge, potential ledge under the site. We don't know how much exactly until a soil borings are done, but under the existing house that we saw, there's a basement, so there's no ledge there. There was a previous house on the Roxbury 1931 Atlas that had a basement, so we're making an assumption that there was not much, if any, ledge under that building. So between those two buildings, there was a good amount of ledge that had already been removed. So there'll be some ledge that we anticipate, and we would use and excavate a whole ram basically to break it up, minimize the amount of vibration. There'll be liability insurance for neighbors. That was some of the concerns that folks had about foundations, their foundations, and so forth. But there'll be liability insurance. There'll be also a bond which will cover any cost that is maybe not covered by insurance. So I think that pretty much wraps up the presentation. Joseph, I don't know if there's anything else that you would like to discuss.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Can you speak to usability of the open space given the slope of the land, and whether or not there are some trees that you are taking down on the site, and what you're preserving in terms of trees?
Yeah, sure. So there were quite a few larger deciduous trees at the back of the property that, at least according to Google Maps, was there until 2022. There were some issues with some of the branches coming down and so forth. So Mr. Fugate, the owner of the property, had, at the request of the abutter 2123 region, he had that removed. So we anticipate, after we do the underpinning of the retaining wall at the back, we anticipate planting trees in the back, as well as streetscape having trees along Akron Street as well.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, the tree that you see in photograph slide number 17, that has been taken down. That tree was also in bad shape and was going to be a hazard to the existing house.
And what about usability of this open space?
The usability would be primarily as private to the property. The back of the northwest corner would be a private garden for the 9 units, and would be a flat. So if we go to let's see, slide 26, please. Yeah.
Lisa or someone, can you reopen the slides? Is this what you're looking for?
I think he muted.
I think the speaker disappeared.
All right,
Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my apologies. Let's see, this slide shows you that on the left side, on the east side, that is fairly flat. And we would, the retaining wall on the north would help to retain that earth, and that below that would be basically the parking. But that would be used as a private garden for the units. On Akron Street, we have to have a ramp. At that point, that ramp will be fairly flat. We need to rise about 6 feet from Akron Street to the entry. We're anticipating the use of 2 private screens or terraces for the units down below, and that would be landscaped, and we anticipate using fencing there, some kind of a slot wall that would allow greenery to grow. Then on the east side and the southeast side, you'll see now the transition, and that would be almost a 6-foot drop. We would plant trees in the corner and try to look for vegetation as well to the driveway. The driveway we see as a permeable surface. And then on the back side, along the north corner, the northeast corner going to the northwest, that we see as also fairly flat. We would rebuild a small, we would actually build a retaining wall there and the possibility of again, more of a slat wall fencing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Maybe we have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of 2 abutters meetings held on February 6th of 2023 and February 11th of 2025. The second meeting the meeting was well attended but not very well received. Changes were made to the project with the reduction of 1 unit from the proposal. Abutters did voice their opposition to the proposal regarding the height of the building and the number of stories, as well as the shadows and the proposal will cause. Abutters felt 10 units were excessive for the area due to current congestion, and the use of the easement for all abutters would be negatively impacted by adding 2 parking spaces. Throughout the process, changes were made to the project, including that same reduction to the 1 unit and increasing to the parking. Following the abutters meeting, the proponent did continue to engage with the community by hosting additional meetings, such as the one on April 21st with the Roxbury Neighborhood Council and abutters to discuss the revisions that were previously mentioned. Next, the proponent presented to Tommy's Rock Neighborhood Association and Roxbury Neighborhood Council, where Tommy's Rock voted in opposition to the proposal, and Roxbury Neighborhood Council recommended reducing the height down to 3 stories, as well as the unit count, with the required site visit by ZBA, and if not, then a vote of denial without prejudice would be suggested. To date, our office has received 39 letters of support and 30 letters of opposition, including one from Roxbury Neighborhood Council and Tommy's Rock Neighborhood Association, maintaining the opposed theme regarding height and shadows, including concerns for the retaining wall and the historic nature of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Reggie Stewart.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Reggie Stewart. I am representing Councilor Tanya Anderson's office from District 7, and I would like to read her letter of opposition. To whom it may concern, I am submitting this letter regarding the proposed development at 36 Akron Street in District 7 to provide a consolidated summary of community feedback. I fully recognize the pressing need for new housing to address our city's ongoing housing crisis. While the developer has reported receiving 40 letters of support for the project, it is important to note that many of these letters were submitted by individuals outside the immediate area, and many of them were conditional. In contrast, our office has received 67 letters from constituents, predominantly from neighboring residents, expressing their opposition to the development. Residents have raised concerns about the building's incompatibility with the neighborhood's character and have provided references of recent successful projects and hope to see the feedback incorporated. At the same time, I acknowledge the proposal includes certain features and community benefits, such as inclusion of 1 affordable unit and funding for open space projects and scholarships for District 7 residents, as promised by the developer. Should you have any further questions or require additional information, please do not hesitate to contact my office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 hands raised. We'll start with Liz. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and board members. My name is Liz Bostwick, and I'm an attorney, and I represent the abutters at 21 and 23 Regent Street, the Rochelle family. My business address is 100 Summer Street in Boston. And I'm asking the board today to deny the request for this project. Primarily, I would say to the board that they're really seeking multifamily residential use here, which is a prohibited use in this area. This is not, it's zoned for 3 families. And I will also say that I don't know if you can pull up their slides again, but the back of the building that faces my client's residence is going to be 4 stories and about 47 feet high, and there's going to be 8 balconies facing their property. I would also say that the shadow study even submitted by them shows significant shadow on my client's property. I would also say I noticed a flaw, at least in the planning development that I saw. And if you see their site plan, there is no allowance for a rear yard setback. Contained within the planning department's opinion to the board is they suggest that this is bordered by 3 public ways. And that is in fact not true. Akron Place is not a public way. It's a private way. Therefore, this development would be required to have a 30 feet rear yard depth, which is not accounted for in the plans at all. They're building very close to the property line, as well as what was brought up about tearing down this retaining wall that borders my client's property and is based on, if you've been to the area, you'll know that there's a lot of very old pudding stone in the area. And there are strong concerns for adding 9 cars exiting onto Regent Street. So you're adding congestion. You're also digging up very old rock, and it does not match the character of the property. The neighborhood does have some larger buildings in it, but I would suggest that those are not true comparators, because in fact, a lot of them are older and have been pre-existing to the zoning code.
Please wrap up.
Yes, so we would just ask the board to deny any relief to this project.
Thank you.
Okay, Joni?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Joni Tobin. I'm a direct abutter at 3 Akron Place. I'm a former vice president of the board of Washington Gateway Main Streets when I lived in the South End. So I just want to note that I'm a well-documented supporter of development, and I've worked with a lot of responsible developers. The community really wants affordable housing in our area, and we've provided examples of recent successful projects in the neighborhood, including the renovation and expansion of a very similar historic row house at 17 Akron Street for reference. But I will say that this developer has consistently refused to integrate our feedback into their design and has been very difficult to work with. They claim the support letters they submitted are from abutters, but as the district councilor's letter states, the support letters are primarily from people outside the immediate area, and they've received 67 letters of opposition from closely neighboring residents and abutters. They'll say they've met with us and acted on our feedback and congratulate themselves for making inconsequential changes that don't address our concerns, but as you can see from the overwhelming community opposition, the reality is they haven't even done the bare minimum to address our concerns. They also emphasize community benefits, but I want to be clear that community benefits are not a substitute for incorporating our feedback. And I'll just quickly summarize some of the main issues. Obviously, the project is too big for the lot. It exceeds the max height and the number of stories allowed in the neighborhood, and it would tower over all abutting structures. In addition, it doesn't leave enough room for open space, as we've already seen. 2 solar energy assessments I've received show the building will reduce light to the abutting buildings on Akron Place by at least 5 to 10%. 2 of these buildings, including mine, only have windows on the front and back. So this means that the amount of natural light I get will be significantly diminished. The lot is in a neighborhood design overlay district, and this project violates the regulations outlined in section 5039, which state that new residential construction shall reflect the traditional location and relationship of buildings on their sites, and that projects should respect standards of scale. The existing building is a historic row house on a corner lot on a street lined with historic peaked roof houses. The proposal is wildly out of scale with the neighborhood. Even urban renewal project Warren Gardens across the street respects the roofline, streetscape, and character of the neighborhood. They haven't given us comprehensive construction plans detailing how the process will adversely affect neighboring structures. Blasting through ledge in such a close proximity to other historic houses is bound to end badly. I'm a video producer and I work from home, and blasting so close to my house will severely limit my ability to do my job. Lastly, the comps in the neighborhood, including those referenced by the developer, indicate a lack of demand for this type of market rate condo. There are several projects that haven't fully sold even after years on the market. As I mentioned, the community overwhelmingly opposes this project, and if the ZBA approves this project, our only option for continuing to fight requires spending thousands of dollars to hire a lawyer, money we do not have. Please listen to the community and oppose this project until the developer agrees to collaborate with us to revise these plans in a way that respects zoning regulations and abutters' input. We very much want to work with them on a win-win project for this lot. Thank you.
Kyle?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members. My name is Carl Tedesco. I live at 60 Winthrop Street, but prior to my living on Winthrop Street, I lived at Regent Place, which is in the shadow of this development, and the land abuts the development. And I'm here speaking out of experience because I lived there 20 years, and I know the impact, negative impact a building like that would have on the last remaining pudding stone row houses in Tommy's Rock, which is set back and back of 2123 Regent. And if I also may add, right next to this development, which is 2 houses away, excuse me, is the earliest federal house still left in Roxbury, right on the corner of St. James and Regent. This construction does not fit into the historical nature of the landscape at all.
That's bullshit.
I've seen numerous proposals that they've come back to us with, and it's just not acceptable. I feel badly for my former neighbors in Regent Place, because this development would cause runoff from water going into the back of their homes, and also on Akron Place, they're going to be shuttered in. When you look at the pictures that they propose, it looks like they built a wall there, and it's going to block out, it's going to cause shadows.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
Okay, so I'm just opposed to it because it's not right for the area.
Thank you.
And finally, we got Betty. Betty, can you unmute?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Reverend Betty Toney, and I am deeply opposed to this grossly inappropriate proposal for the Roxbury Neighborhood Design Overlay District for the following reasons. The Planning Board's 3 recommendations for approval are based on misapplication of Akron Street zoning and misrepresentation of criteria used to assess Akron Street. For example, buffering and grandfathered buildings, some grandfathered buildings, which some are actually appropriate for their footprints. Being a building approved, with the one exception being a building approved by the formerly, sadly, disgraced removed Zoning Board of Appeal. The Planning Board's recommendations are in violation of Boston Zoning Code Article 50, Section 26, and Section 38, with respect to a 14-day public comment period which abutters and others were not apprised of. Sadly, the Planning Board's recommendations are tantamount to a gentrification displacement strategy. This Planning Board's assessments are an affront to and a violation of the due process of abutters, impacted residents, and all the residents of Tommy's Rock. Finally, shame on the new Boston Planning Board and any other agency complicit with this developer's harmful and detrimental proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, would the applicant like to briefly address these concerns?
No, Ms. Dong, I think that, again, both Mr. Melton, myself, and Mr. Ferrer have presented the project as was discussed with the neighborhood. Certainly, as I stated with the previous project, there's not always going to be tacit agreement. Changes were made, things were discussed, and we will just leave it at this particular point in time. I'm not sure we can add anything to the board's deliberation. You are all folks, and I will leave that to your deliberation.
Mr. Hampton, are you available to weigh in? Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. We recommend approval with significant design review, specifically with fenestration, some screening and buffering, just try to minimize the height of this building. However, we do understand the trepidation of the neighborhood, but we are on the record in support of this with significant design review.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll put forward a motion. I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that it goes extensively through the BPD design review. Just kind of a comment, I think the gable roof makes your structure look much taller because of the typology. I think you were on the right avenue when you were proposing the kind of the version before where it didn't have that gable, it seemed much lower. And also the color, it should be reviewed by BPD when the base, and so the fenestration and the color of the previous proposal, when it was lighter and it had much more glass, when it steps down into the topography, it won't look like a large retaining wall, which we heard some of the community feedback that was given, that it was, the latest proposal doesn't make it very pedestrian friendly. So I think with BPD design review, it should begin to address some of the concerns of the neighborhood in relation to height and that ground floor kind of pedestrian experience. And this is why I'm supporting the project.
Is there a second?
Well, does our recommendation need to reflect the new unit size? Because our agenda has very different numbers in it. So that's more of a question about whether our vote needs to be for 9 units, 1 affordable, 9 parking spaces, 4 stories, because what we have in front of us is different than that.
We could put it as the
Mr. Donato, are
proviso.
you asking, if I may, Ms. Dong, are you asking what the unit?
No, I'm not asking you, I'm asking that
Yeah, I can make sure that the proposal is what Jean just mentioned, which is, and Jean, correct me if I'm wrong, that it is a 4-story, 9 condo, 1 affordable unit, and 9 parking spaces.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right. With that, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Stenberg, sorry, Mr. Valencia,
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
No.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Ms. Panato.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Have a good afternoon.
With that, we have one case left, which is a case, an interpretation case scheduled for 12 noon. That would be case BOA 1704440 with the address of 944 Saratoga Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stemmers. Good afternoon again, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. And as Mr. Stemmers said, this is a request for interpretation. I think if we could start with the refusal letter, that's probably the best place to start, Madam Ambassador. By way of very brief context and background, Madam Chair, members of the board, this is for a project that was approved by the Boston Planning Department under Article 80. It was submitted under the new amended zoning for East Boston and consistent with all of the requirements that the Boston Planning Department requests for Article 80 projects, especially in East Boston. It was intended and designed to be by right and completely compliant with the amended provisions of Article 53. We, through the permitting process in connection with this project, we did ultimately receive a refusal letter. And as the board can see, there were several items cited. So the first is flood hazard districts, which is not a zoning violation, it's more of a notation. And we do agree this is subject to floodplain. And we are going to go through that process as well, including order of conditions from the Conservation Commission. The second item, which is probably the most significant for 2 of the violation, is that the examiner cites us for CFROD applicability. CFROD, of course, for Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District, Article 25A, which is an important element of our request for interpretation. The third item is conformity to existing building alignment, and then the last two deal with the height of the building as well as the number of stories. So I'll take the conformity with existing building alignment first, and I know that I've been before the board on other interpretations, and I believe some of the other ones that we've had have been a bit more complicated. I think these are very straightforward, and I'm not even sure if somebody from ISD is here to oppose this or to speak on it, but we did request that ISD simply review and remove these violations, and we did get no response on that. So we have to come to the board. So if we could perhaps go down a couple of slides to the slide that has a map of the neighborhood. There we go, further back. Yeah. Okay. So as I'm sure as this board is aware, when you have in a particular district a front yard requirement, that is obviously the minimum front yard requirement that is to be applied for the dimensions when proposing new buildings. Our lot is located to the far left of the screen here, and what we're illustrating is essentially all of the other buildings along that particular block. If we go back one slide, I do have the text from Article 18 that instructs ISD on how to determine the modal setback, and I'll just briefly review that. Essentially what you do is you take all of the developed lots on that side of the block and you come up with the various setbacks for each address, like where are the existing buildings and what their setback looks like. And you can use, and it actually indicates that you can use things like an assessor's map as long as they're properly scaled. So in this case, we looked at all of the buildings along that side of the block. We come up with how much frontage they have, what their setback is, and essentially you add them all up and you find which buildings or which properties with the most frontage have a certain setback, and that's the governing setback. So in this case, it's 4 feet, and that's exactly what we're proposing for our building. And we believe that this complies with the interpretation under Article 18 because that is essentially black and white on how it's calculated. And as you see that we did submit this to the Inspectional Service Department as well, and showed our work and provided the map, and the violation was not removed. So we believe that this is a simple interpretation on the application of Article 18. I would stress that the Boston Planning Department, obviously with an Article 80 project, has been engaged in a vigorous review of our project and our layout. We've made a number of changes to ensure that this project is zoning compliant, and the Planning Department is comfortable with our setback that has been proposed from the Article 80 context. I don't want to suggest that planning speaks for ISD, but in this particular case, this meets the requirement for the alignment setback. So with respect to that item, we're requesting that the board reverse the determination of ISD as it relates to the violation for alignment, and that violation no longer be included in the refusal. If we could scroll down to or actually scroll up to my letter, I'm going to zoom in maybe a little bit further up to the footnotes, next page. This deals with we're looking at footnote 1. So if you can just zoom in just so we can read footnote 1 a little bit better. And this is from my letter that I typically submit to the Inspectional Service in connection, especially with the as of right project, to show the city that we understand what the requirements are for the particular zoning regulations that are in effect for that district. So the other two violations that were cited by ISD involve height of buildings. One is for the number of stories, and the other is for the overall height. In this district, this is a MU4, which is a newly created zoning district. The maximum building height is 50 feet, and the maximum number of stories is 4. And as I said earlier in the early part of the presentation, the fact that it is in a coastal flood resiliency overlay district is significant because that is how Inspectional Services is supposed to calculate height. And we find that in Article 25A-6.2. And if we see here in the footnote that I cite, it says the building height shall be measured from the higher of grade or 2 feet above the sea level rise base flood elevation. SLR-BFE is the acronym for that. And what we call that, the SLR, 2 feet above the SLR-BFE, is also known as the design flood elevation, or the DFE. So it's important because the way buildings are measured outside of the CFROD district is different because you measure from the sidewalk. So in this case, if we scroll down to the elevations that we've included, I think they're either page 6 or 7. Maybe 6 or 7. Yeah, if we could just zoom in, that's a perfect one to go there. We see these lines that we've included. So if we can go a little tighter just so we can see the actual heights that we're looking at. So as you can see, our building height as measured from the sidewalk, and building height is measured to the roof rafters, is I believe it's just over 55 feet. So maybe 55 feet, 6 inches. And that would be, at first blush, above the height limit that's permitted in the MU4 district, because the MU4 district has a maximum height of 50 feet. However, because CFROD is involved, height measurement is not taken from the sidewalk, it's taken from the DFE. So in this case, the red line represents where that DFE is. That is 2 feet above sea level rise base flood elevation, which we identified by the blue line. And as you can see, the height above the DFE is less than 50 feet, and therefore complies with Article 53 as amended to permit a building up to 50 feet in total height. I'm not telling the board ignore that head house. There's a whole separate conversation on that, but that's not what we're cited for. We're cited for overall building height at 55 feet because that's where the measurement should be. We're permitted to have a head house. There are provisions under Article 53 that allow for that, provided it meets certain dimensional requirements. And our understanding, based on the communication with ISD, is that the building height measured to the roof rafters is above 50 feet, and therefore that's the violation. So based upon the review of how Article 25A tells us that when measuring height in the CFROD, or how that should be calculated, we're compliant. And we've indicated this on multiple projects that we have going on, many Article 80 projects that we have going on in East Boston, where we're respectful of what that height limit is, because we understand that the planning department won't even advance the project if we're seeking relief for these items. As I said, this was advanced and already approved by the Boston Planning Department under Article 80 at this height limit. So we're not acting contrary to what the planning department's recommended design work was, and we're certainly consistent with what our approval was under Article 80. Now, the second issue deals with the number of stories, and this is always an interesting and complicated discussion, I think, but I'm going to do the best I can to simplify it. As this board is aware, number of stories certainly can be limited by the particular zoning regulation for that district. In this district, the number of stories is 4. And I'm sure the members are looking at this saying, well, that's a 5-story building, how could that comply? Our answer is, that isn't a 5-story building, because the term story is a zoning term, not a physical term. So the physical building layout is 5 levels, but the term story is defined in Article 2 of the zoning code, and more importantly, the term first story is defined very specifically, and that says the portion or the level, if you will, that is 65% or more above grade. So again, you would look at this building and say, well, that first level appears to be 65% more above grade. And if this weren't in the CFROD, I would say that's correct, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But once again, Article 25A provides guidance on measuring height of a building, and for good reason. I mean, clearly the intent of the CFROD is to address sea level rise and resiliency, and therefore having that lowest level being within the CFROD really limits the usefulness and what we can do at that level. There's no habitable space that's permitted. There are certain requirements for wet proofing the building. In addition, what we can do with mechanicals and other uses at that level become much more limited. So read in conjunction with the zoning code, or with the Article 53 amendments, as well as where 25A instructs us to measure a building, it's logical that you would measure from the design flood elevation, not grade. And the term grade is used in Article 25A very specifically. So if we do our math and look at the building, 12 feet is that first level. From sidewalk to the top of the first level is 12 feet. And so 65% or more above grade, it's 7.8 feet. Yeah, well, the answer would be if you were measuring from the sidewalk, that would be the first story. This would be a 5-story building. But when we're measuring from the design flood elevation, we subtract out that difference from the sidewalk up to the DFE. And the DFE, the difference between the sidewalk and the DFE is 5.6 feet. So if that 5.6 feet is subtracted from the total height of 12 feet, that leaves you with only about, I believe it's, 53, yeah, it's only 6.4 feet, and therefore it's 53% above the DFE. Because that's below 65%, that does not constitute the first story of this building. The first story is actually the second level, and there's only essentially 4 stories above the ground level, and therefore it complies with Article 53's limit on a 4-story building. Now, once again, if that had not been how the Boston Planning Department interprets this, this would not have advanced for an Article 80 certification. And the resiliency staff person with the Planning Department has reviewed this and agrees with this measurement. I will reiterate to the board that we've done this on multiple other occasions, and it's been determined that it's as of right. It just depends, unfortunately, I think sometimes we get different interpretations depending on who the examiner is. And in this case, this examiner believes it's a different interpretation. So what we're asking the board is to, I think, in the interest of getting some of these projects to move forward and to ensure, once again, this is an as-of-right project, as required by planning, that we settle this issue on the design flood elevation, coastal flood resiliency measurements, and height of building. And we're asking the board to reverse the commissioner's decision to cite height and stories in the CFROD based upon where the design flood elevation is. With that, I appreciate the board giving the time to really get into the weeds on this. I know it's been a long day, but I think it's an important issue, especially because we have new zoning in East Boston, and East Boston has a good deal of CFROD areas that are likely to be developed in the coming years. So happy to answer any questions of the board.
Thank you. Is there anyone from ISD on who can speak to this? Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I mean, we usually, Madam Chair, we usually do have ISD or the commissioner present to make kind of their case. And so I found that to be extremely insightful because we hear both sides. I'm pretty much kind of comfortable with the first ask, which was it dealt with building alignment. But in regards to the definition of grade, which I thought was explained really well by Mr. Lin. I don't have it in front of me, but is there a definition of grade as it relates to being in a coastal flood resilient district? Is that defined in the building code?
Great question through the chair.
Because the building code is really specific on how it constitutes first story in relationship to grade. But the question I have is there a definition as, within the context of flood resiliency?
So, and through the chair, thanks for the question. I think that was important, and that's one of the reasons why we have defined or worked to define that with ISD. Article 2 defines grade. When measuring the building, average grade of the sidewalk,
correct,
is what's used to determine building height. And I respect the question about building code, but zoning code, this is a zoning issue of how to measure the height of the building. And our zoning code says that absent of CFROD, grade is the average grade of the sidewalk, and that's what we measure from. And we do that on every project that's not in the CFROD. If we go back to, Madam Ambassador can bring up my letter again. I do quote Article 25A, it's very specific, and it makes the distinction. It says the higher of grade or was essentially the DFE. So there are instances, Ms. Better-Brazza, where the DFE, I have one on Condor Street that we're going through the process now.
Yeah, I guess I'm clear with the height. I need more information on the definition of grade as it relates to story. And so I would, unless other wants to comment on, I would like to ask our kind of council to be able to look into this and provide recommendation as well, in order to be able to make a decision on all the items versus two of the three items that you have brought in front of us. I don't know if other board members want to chime in, or if Caroline wants to chime in.
From the board?
Can I respond? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut off. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just want to see if other board members have questions or comments. In the silence? Oh, okay, go ahead, Ms. Turner.
All right, it's just a comment. I want to say that I agree with Ms. Better-Brazza about having ISD to kind of help us sift through all of this. Yeah, to be honest with you, like, it was very well explained, but I still don't know, I wish we had a side on it.
Madam Chair, if I may, and we do a good deal of these interpretations. We've been before you a number of times, and ISD typically does participate, and I understand that, and they're aware of this. I'm not sure why they're not present today. I want to believe that my argument is so strong they decided to wave the white flag, but I can't speak for them. However, we've been at this for some time where we've spent a lot of time, resources, and effort to get this to where it is. And I think it would be maybe insightful to have Amber Galco, who is the resiliency officer, if you will, with the planning department, speak to this, because they, I feel, understand how this provision of Article 25A works in conjunction with local zoning, or the local specific zoning district in the regulations. But to Ms. Better-Brazza's point about grade, I think the issue here is 25A, I don't believe does a special definition of grade, which means grade goes back to whatever's in Article 2. So if there are certain articles that make new definitions, I don't believe 25A does that. Instead, we go to Article 2, we see it's the sidewalk, and Article 25A is very clear where it says you use higher grade or the DFE. There are instances where the design flood elevation, just depending on the topography of the land, may be less than grade. And therefore, grade then becomes the sort of standard for how we're measuring the building. But it's much more common where we have buildings like this, especially those in the flood zone, where the DFE is going to be higher than the sidewalk, because the sidewalk's definitely going to be within the flood zone, it's going to be below base flood elevation. And it follows that the height of the building would be, or would be essentially forcing the habitable area or the useful area of the building higher as a result. And CFROD, the exception to CFROD, is intended to recognize that we want to, get that area of the building out of the floodplain, or at least out of the, threat of sea level rise. So I don't know that it's something that I respect that you want to have council review that.
Yeah, so I think I'm following you with the height. It's very explanatory. My issue and where I need some additional context from Caroline is kind of for our legal department to take a look at, specifically on the issue of grade as it applies to the CFROD district. Well, that's what I'm requesting, me personally. I don't know what the other board members are going to be requesting, but in order for me to determine a decision personally, I would need just the grade definition as it applies to sea fraud, our legal counsel to take a look at that. And then, sure, if the commissioner or ISD wants to be in front of us to say, you are correct, Mr. Lin, you know, we support it, or they have another kind of definition, I would like to hear that. It's not to delay, so, you know, I think we can do this as soon as possible. But we have in the past received some legal counsel from our department as well that has informed our decision-making, and that's what I'm requesting.
I fully respect that. I will, just for context, we have 3 other interpretations this board has heard, and we've received no response. They're unfortunately in limbo. I have been successful, depending again on who the examiner is. This is the last
Great,
resort.
and I think, Mr. Lin, I'm glad that Jeff Hampton is here, and what you have pointed to has been that the 2 departments need to speak to one another, BPD and ISD.
And meanwhile, my client, unfortunately, and I'm not blaming the board for this, but we get lost in limbo in the project. You know, the projects becomes more costly and.
No, I understand that, so that's what I'm requesting, for us to review your project as soon as possible.
Couple
and
things.
make a decision. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think from Caroline, I would ask to make sure that someone from ISD is available for these interpretations, because it's a disservice to the applicant to not have them available to either, you know, white flag it or whatever they're doing, rebut it. So I would please ask to make sure that someone is available. And to also, again, you know, Attorney Lynn's mentioned several other interpretations that are still in limbo, and it would be a shame to add this one to the pile. With that, let's see if Mr. Hampton can help us move this along.
Oh, also, Madam Chair, we did request someone from ISD to be here. We've called this person, we've emailed, also in reference to the prior interpretations. I have spoken to counsel who is doing those interpretations. They're not in limbo, I promise. We're just waiting for the final memorandum, but all of the preliminary research has been done.
Yeah, that sounds great, thank you. And Mr. Lin, sometimes we've also have heard in a code or fire protection, or not fire protection in this case, but sometimes we all have also heard like, you know, a code consultant as well that can provide additional input as well. Great, sorry, Jeff.
Mr. Hampton?
No worries at all. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. I just wanted to state for the record, I know, Ms. Betta-Barazza, you've been asking for a definition of grade as it pertains to sea fraud. There is none in 25A. So I don't know whether or not that muddies the waters.
So basically, it's an interpretation of Mr. Lin that it applies. It's an extension from already being referenced in relationship to height.
Correct. So
okay, so it's an interpretation. So I think it is fair to say that we need our legal counsel to provide us input on if they agree with Mr. Lin's interpretation as well, how it's being applied, with the intention of considering the base kind of flood level in relationship to how to determine height and story. Great, thank you so much, Mr. Hampton.
And Attorney Lyns, I'm assuming there's no benefit to breaking up your requests, since there's
we've already advanced this project through design review. We're at PIC, and you know, we felt pretty confident. You know, as I said, I've got other projects where ISDs. I mean, there's just inconsistent interpretations happening at ISD on this issue, which, you know, I think needs the board to rule on it, because unfortunately, depending on who we get as an examiner, some examiners say, we agree, this is how it's interpreted, and others say, well, we think it's a violation, and there's just no continuity. So, as I said, this is our last resort. We try to resolve this. We've been at this for some time with ISD to say, this is black and white. I mean, it's grade or DFE. Which one is it? And we identified both for ISD, and we feel that it's a very straightforward review of Article 25A, that's how it's applied. And we know that's how planning applies it because, as I said, they review that as compliant as far as they're concerned. That's how they view this interpretation of Article 25A as it applies to height. So I just...
Can I ask another question? It would require for you to resubmit if there was to be a new violation in relationship to story. So you're trying to avoid that, and you're also suggesting that this whole project went through the Article 80. They have, purview, so it's more of an issue of time to get your project moved forward. So I think, we could make a decision right away. I think we just need what I requested, and we understand the urgency of your client to move this as soon as possible.
Are there any questions from anyone else?
Quickly,
Yes, Mr. Valencia.
If there is a violation at this moment, Mr. Lins, would you be required to file the project again with the BPDA and ISD? And especially if there is a violation, will you be required to comply with IDP?
It's a great question. So, no, the project was filed prior to October 1st. It was at the instruction of planning, was a as of right project. The project originally was submitted with a rear yard setback that was less than the required 10 feet. It was around 8 feet, just the way the building was designed. And we were prepared to come to the board and ask for relief. We were instructed to make the project fully zoning compliant by planning. We redesigned the project, we dropped 4 units, and we even expressed to planning, if we do that, based upon where we are in time, because it was prior to October 1st, that would exempt us from the IDP requirement because Article 79 had not kicked in yet. And so in doing that, we left it to planning. So you tell us, we'll ask for relief from the yard and do, I think it was 3 or 4 IDP units. And planning said, no, we prefer that it be fully compliant. And we disclosed that to planning. We said, if that's the case, we'll lose units, but we would do it as a fully compliant project. No IDP, and the reason being is the loss of units that we had to give up from the original design, certainly impact the project. So we don't have to refile because we would be filed under the original plan or under the original permit number that has gone through the process. That's been working its way through ISD. But we believe this is a very straightforward issue with respect to the interpretation of CFRAP.
Okay, I think we need a motion. Is someone prepared to make one?
So the motion here is a motion of deferral to allow us to, Caroline provide us with legal counsel feedback and to give ISD one more opportunity to be in front of us in order for us to make a decision, and as soon as possible. So motion to defer to the next hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Pembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Do we have a date, Madam Chair? Can we get June?
Caroline?
The next hearing is June 3rd.
Is that enough time?
Yeah, Caroline.
Yeah, I want to make sure that the legal can interpret and the ISD staff can be present.
I'd like to schedule it for June 3rd, and for some reason more time is needed, I then to defer again, but I'd like to put June.
Yeah, shortly should be.
And Ms. Dung, I think if we have, one or the other, that would be sufficient. I think if it's, with schedule challenges, I would just advocate that one or the other would be sufficient, because we've heard Mr. Lin and we want to help him and his team, move the project forward.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.